I'm stuck here. I'm here. Good to see you.
Excuse me. Oh, no. Where do they come from? I guess they gotta keep it cool and all smells. A lot of people waited for it.
The House Committee on Transparency. House Select Committee on Transparency, if we can get this working right. We'll now come to order. Clerk call roll.
Flynn.
Here.
Colorado.
Here.
Gonzalez. Johnson. Larson.
Here.
Martinez Fisher. Perry. Here. Price. Here.
Okay, quorum's present. Thank you for all being able to attend here. Today we're going to continue to hear invited testimony relating to the investigation into the actions of University of Texas Regent Wallace Hall. Co-Chair Alvarado and I would like to welcome everyone present and all those that are viewing the proceedings. Just to quickly go over some of the ground rules for today's proceedings. As we have stated, in each of our hearings, individuals who attempt to interrupt or obstruct proceeding in any way will be asked to leave the hearing room. Members of the legislature are certainly welcome at the dais, but we will limit questions for witnesses, those coming from the committee members. And I do want to recognize Senator Zaffarini. Thank you for being here. With regard to questioning, after a witness has been sworn in, the committee will try to limit our questions to each witness around 10 minutes, but we will certainly give you an opportunity after counsel has had a chance to also ask questions, that you can have additional questions if you deem necessary. We're also joined by our court reporter, who will be preparing a certified transcript of this proceedings, and we will try to remember to give you a periodic break from time to time. I would like to start by thanking the University of Texas system for their timely response to the committee's information request, and thank Chairman Zero and President Powers for working closely with this committee and our council to help us better understand what has happened, why it's happened, and possible solutions for the future. Also want to start today by expressing deep concern that I have that Regent Hall has declined to be available for testimony. It's very disappointing because Regent Hall has been afforded every opportunity to come and testify before this committee, to provide any evidence in his defense and to offer witnesses, and has voluntarily chosen not to do so. The letters to the committee by his lawyer have been offensive to this committee, and quite frankly have been an affront to the entire Texas House of Representatives. It feels like a slap in the face. continued efforts by the attorney to portray this committee as a judicial hearing when it's clearly has been stated on every occasion. It's an legislative investigative committee. It's offensive and misguided to continue to direct it as a judicial hearing. They know very well to demand a letter to a committee requesting a 3-hour action are not even possible when a 5-day posting rule is required by the committee rules of law. In addition, when there are meetings held in our district, it's been somewhat offensive to have organizations continue to express contempt for some of the issues that this committee has been working on. With that, Co-Chair Alvarado, would you like to make any opening statements?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Flynn, and good morning to everyone. Nearly half a year ago, we were entrusted with this unprecedented assignment. Throughout this process, each member has recognized the gravity of what is expected of us by the public. I believe this committee has followed through on its commitment to provide an investigation that is fair, thorough, and complete. I too, however, was disappointed to learn that Regent Hall declined our invitation to testify. His actions are clearly the subject of this investigation. Mr. Hall has said time and time again that he was anxious and more than willing to tell his side of the story. I believe he could have provided this committee with matchless testimony that would have helped us set the record straight. Transparency requires cooperation. As my co-chair and I have stated, our invitation to Regent Hall to testify still stands. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at this point.
Thank you. Members, does anyone have anything that they'd like to say before we begin?
Is it inappropriate for me to speak now? Or?
No, sir. In fact, if I look at my agenda, it says to recognize Councilman.
A couple of things. One is to follow up on your initial commendation of the system. I wanted to echo that, include Mr. Holder and his staff and friends for the cooperation that marked the last month and a half to 2 months we tried to gather documents. The committee will see that there were only some very recent documents posted, like it's an hour and a half ago. I wanted to explain that, and that is that, and I particularly want to commend the Attorney General's office for their cooperation. When we saw documents from them, they immediately gathered them, held them because their view was that they might have an attorney-client relationship with the system, and so that for them to release the documents to the committee for you to see, they would need a waiver from the system about those particular documents. Mr. Holder and his people have worked diligently to try to make that possible. The General Counsel and so the system has cooperated completely, and I want to thank them on the record for the ability to get all that done. But that is why this last minute batch of documents was giving you a required coordination and review privilege from 2 or 3 different organizations. But at the end of the day, we're satisfied that you will be able to review the documents produced by the Attorney General's office through the waiver of the system. And I think you will find it very interesting when you have a moment to look through. Secondly, I want to make...
Interrupt just a second. Is there any information that you've requested that you've not received from the university?
Never from the university, and for the Regent, they still have certain privilege issues, but not any documents we saw at this time. And I
want that on the record.
I appreciate that. And certainly, and I'm confident that in the interim period, depending on what the committee decides after today, they will continue to receive that. So at the end of the day, I think it's kind of a combined for everybody who's trying to find this out. Secondly, I wanted to mention that I don't want anybody to misunderstand this idea that has been put forth by lawyers for Mr. Hall as to whether or not and why he's not testifying. I will assure you that from the very beginning, for several months now, Regent Hall's lawyers and he have known that this committee wanted to hear from him, and that it's been for over a month and a half. It was always anticipated that would be tomorrow. This issue of the only disagreement there has been about it was whether or not he would appear by subpoena or whether he would appear by invitation. He's wanted a subpoena, and that we have declined to do that for several reasons. Number one is I've grown up over a 10-year period in the committee as human being in this view too, and I believe they had the same view. I've always thought it's wrong for congressional or legislative committee to compel people to come in and testify. Who are the object of that investigation? They should only be here testifying by their own free will at an invitation, but not being compelled. So the committee has taken the position that it is even wrong to issue a subpoena, and therefore have him here under compulsion to testify. It should be a totally voluntary act on his part. In light of the fact that he's repeatedly given interviews about these matters, then we would have expected that he would want to provide the committee with the same information that he has provided the media and others as he took his position. I think that, secondly, one can only wonder if what he wanted to be was cloaked with the protection of a subpoena as he made allegations about other people. What you will find as you see in these documents, and then I'm about through with my comments, from the AG's office, is that the AG's office since May of this year has been trying to get Regent Hall to give them a written complaint that he would stand behind as to exactly what he wanted the AG's office as a member of the Regents to be investigating. What people was he saying should be investigated? What matters is he saying should be investigated? Something that any responsible investigative agency would ask for. To this day, as recently as November, I believe it's the 23rd, the AG's office once again asked him to provide specific information that he claimed should be investigated, specific people that he claimed should be investigated. And he has so far declined, although he has always said he's going to. I might point out to the committee that the irony here is that the man who demanded all these documents you've heard about within 7 or 8 days has said, and wanted the system to go through that, and UT Austin to go through that, has so far been telling the Attorney General's office that he's been too busy to be able to reduce these complaints to writing. I'll point out also the Attorney General's documents inform us that all other 8 regions provided that statement they wanted, and he has not. So, having said that, there should be no misunderstanding. There was never any question. This committee had tendered an invitation and wanted Regent Hall to testify. They only wanted it voluntarily. The chairman has said that invitation still stands. I don't want anybody to misunderstand it. Somehow they didn't know what was coming.
Thank you, and I do want to recognize Representative Craig Martinez Fisher, who has been here for a few minutes. Let me ask one question, Rusty. Mr. Hall, is he an attorney?
No.
Does he have a background of investigation employment?
No.
Did he ever report any of his findings to any of the head of the university system?
Not that I know of, not that I have
And he
seen.
never returned, and he never gave that information to the Attorney General?
He's never done so yet.
Is that kind of the procedure when you have when you serve on a board and you have complaints, that you would first of all recognize the authority there at the head of the board,
Yes,
and
sir.
then you would, and if they did not recognize it, then go to the Attorney General of the State of Texas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Perry.
Mr. Chair, I continually find myself kind of trying to provide balance a little bit. I wasn't going to comment, but based on the current comments on the board. Number one, this process was set up that pretty much by exclusivity did not allow him to participate, Mr. Wallace, Trustee Hall, to participate until now. Number two, we have extended the privilege of subpoena to every witness in here except me, Chairman Pitts, which was the individual that brought the action. And it's my understanding, and not being an attorney, but you give up certain immunity when you do that. So, given the nature of this committee has broached the subject of criminal, possibly criminal action, I think it's only fair to acknowledge that if he were to testify on accord without a subpoena, that he would be giving up some defense or immunity. And I think a good attorney on his end would be fearful of, one, being sued for that advice or lack thereof, or number two, I think it's only prudent, but just not to leave the impression here. I'm personally not excited about the idea that the individual's not here. I want to make sure that had this committee extended a subpoena to him, I believe he would have been here. So not to say that it's right or wrong or indifferent, I just think if I'm right on my facts, I think if we wanted him here, we should have extended the subpoena. We had that discussion. It was my impression they were going to do that and didn't do that. But it's not without some premise as to why that didn't happen, and it's not all on Trustee Hall. So, and hearing this opening line of discussion, I think it's important for me to put that out there. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm disappointed we're not going to hear it. I think that we leave this process without hearing him probably leaves a bad taste at some level, but at the same time, he would have given up some legality or legal protections afforded to him have if it were to go to a different level in a different place. So I just say that for basically on the record only.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
may I just add one point, not to quibble about that. I do want to point out that at least 3 times the committee, through the committee chair or the staff, has asked him in addition his own testimony to provide us the names of other witnesses or documents that he would like the committee to consider. He's so far declined to do that, and in fact, on all 3 occasions, they've never even responded to that portion of our letters that ask for witnesses that he might like to have on his behalf or documents.
And all of these subpoenas that we have issued have been voted on by this committee the day of testimony. So, and that is at their request that they would have that subpoena, and we did not say we wouldn't. He didn't even show up to give us the opportunity.
You know, one quick way to resolve it would be to go ahead and just ask for a subpoena today for Mr. Hall and have him in here today. I mean, that satisfies a lot of people's concerns, but I'm just saying it's not all one-sided as it appears in the opening comments.
Well, and I appreciate your comments, Perry, but I want to tell you, I consider it a little slap in the face to the legislature this committee.
And Mr. Chairman, I have some reaction to Regent Perry. I'm trying to understand this. Regent Perry, it is my understanding that Regent Hall is the subject of this inquiry. And so what I don't understand is this, not for a sense of providing balance, but it seems to me as if it's okay for Regent Hall to dictate the terms of this inquiry. I mean, so, a month ago, members of this committee quibbled over the notion of whether Regent Hall would have an opportunity to interview witnesses and cross-examine witnesses and conduct his inquiry while we conducted ours. And we were criticized for that, and we were criticized by Regent Hall and those supporting Regent Hall, his counsel, for making decisions to have meetings in executive session. And now it seems that we're being criticized because we've failed to issue a subpoena, but not yet once are we issuing admonishments or raising grievances for the fact that we've not received a scintilla, a calorie of production from Regent Hall. Identification of witnesses, that if for some reason, if he feels he can't come here for fear of self-incrimination, that there may be other witnesses that could corroborate his facts. I don't see his attorney volunteering to give testimony in lieu of Regent Hall. And so, I think that I want to be fair to me. I want to be fair to the sacrifices that this committee's making. And so, and quite frankly, I just don't know in any sort of investigation or inquiry where we would afford an individual so much deference and latitude to dictate the terms, the times, the locations as to when we have the privilege of asking them a question. I think you cooperate or you don't. And so, I'm troubled by this entire inquiry that we've been doing this to begin with, but now that this is our job, we should certainly do it in a fair way. And so I just, I'm not trying to balance this out. I want to make sure that there's other perspective that you're taking into account, at least for me as I see it. So, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to just add to that. In other committees, I've never seen, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in regular or committee legislative hearings, invited guests do not get to dictate upon which circumstances they would appear. Would you agree with that?
I certainly agree with that, and I think it is shown, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, complete, either no regard for the actions of this committee, no apparent understanding of how the process works. We've not stepped out of the process. The letter that I was very offended by the letter that came to this committee, giving us 3 hours to respond with a subpoena. And as I said earlier, the rules clearly state that we have to have a 5-day posting rule. Plus, we can't, this committee can't issue a subpoena without 6 votes. So we are in a situation that, and I agree with you, Representative Martinez-Fisher. I don't think I intend to be on a committee, nor have I ever been on a committee where individuals would dictate the actions of our committee.
And I would also say that in the last time the House took up any type of investigation was in the mid-70s on Cuddy Hill. And my understanding, Mr. Cuddy Hill was not subpoenaed. Right, he was in the fifth, and so this individual is the subject of the investigation, and he is not a member of the legislature, not a member of this committee, so therefore he does not get to dictate upon which circumstances he would appear.
Anyone else have any members? Anyone else have any comments? If not, we'll begin our first round of invited testimony. We're starting today with a panel of former regents at the University of Texas System. I hope this panel will provide helpful insights to the operation and duties of University Regents. At this time, the chair calls Scott Calvin and John Barnhill.
Mr. Chairman, would you rather the committee do the question first and then me later, or do you want me to start off?
Let's swear the witnesses in, and then I'm fine with you beginning. Unless the member has. You raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give to this body is true and accurate? Thank you. And I might mention to the members of the committee, you gentlemen are not here for subpoena. You'll state your name and title for the record, please.
Well, my name is Scott Calvin, and currently I'm the director of a trust company. So that's
But a former.
I'm a former regent. I was served with the Board of Regents from February of 2003 to April of 2009, and from November of 2007 to April 2009, I was chairman of the board.
I'm Sean Barnhill, and I also served as a regent during roughly that same time that Scott did. I'm a retired executive vice president of Bluebell Clinics in Brownsville.
Did you bring any Bluebell with you today?
I've already been asked that by our attorney. I think he's pretty well compensated. He can buy his own.
Well, you just need to know that Bluebell is a very important item around the legislature.
Thank you.
Mr. Harden, would you like to begin unless
Fine.
you have any questions?
Thank you very much. For the committee's understanding, what I thought I would do is visit with these two gentlemen with some general questions myself, and then obviously anything the committee wants to ask. Because the first part of these hearings were designed to sort of have the committee develop what you believe that Regent Hall did or did not do, and then to look at that conduct in terms of some type of standard. These gentlemen are not here to really opine about Regent Hall one way or the other, but to talk about what they view the standards of a regent are and should be, what they have been historically, and to sort of just answer some general questions as to their views. Each of them there are 6 years. Actually, I believe Mr. Cabot was chairman of the Board of Regents when Chancellor retired and took his position. So each of these men have a history with the Board of Regents, very briefly. And by the way, on the Bluebell issue, this will be the 4th time I have asked Mr. Barnhill, if the committee was not too adverse to him today, it wasn't an unpleasant day, could I have a lifetime supply of buttermilk ice cream? He still never answered that question.
I think he's afraid that the list would be too long from this committee.
Well, interestingly enough, my research indicates that he started out, he was with Bluebell for over 40 years. And he started out as a salesman, one of the first salesmen of Bluebell ice cream. But when it became the Blue Creamery, to, I believe, the 3rd largest ice cream operation in the country. So he has an exalted career in business. He's also been very much involved with the University of Texas. He was appointed to a 6-year term back in 2003. He was chairman of the Academic Affairs Committee, he was on the Finance and Planning Committee, and the Student, Faculty, and Staff Campus Life Committee. He served as a member of the Task Force on Admissions, Tuition and Financial Aid, and the Task Force on UT Dallas lands. And he also served as a member of the Board of Directors for UTENCO. He has a long, exalted history of involvement in the University of Texas, and we appreciate you being here. Mr. Cabot, in addition to joining also in 2003, I believe served as chairman in 2000, would it be 2007?
2007.
2007.
I was elected 2007, November 2007.
I believe Mr. Cabot has been the finance chairman for the governor on repeated gubernatorial campaigns. He's been very active.
Governor's finance chairman from March of 2000 until the spring of 2007.
He's been very active in the party politics. He was vice chairman of UT Board of Regents. He served on the Academic Affairs Committee, Finance and Planning Committee, Health Affairs Committee. He chaired the task force on admissions and tuition. He's managing director and regional manager for the Texas Atlantic Trust Company. We're about the same age with some of the same experiences, and he probably would not like to tout the fact that he actually worked on the staff of Governor Conway back in the 1960s. Had a very honored military service and so on. These gentlemen have been, I think, have very, very bipartisan, impartial views that I'd like to sort of ask you a few questions. I think I'd like to start, maybe since you're the closest, Mr. Cabot, just what your view is as to the proper role of a region. How does the region's responsibilities fit into the overall responsibility of the University of Texas system?
It's always been my view that the role of a regent is, and the board of regents, is to act as a board of directors as a corporation. We're saying a very large entity, and the most general statement I can make is that the obligation of boards to set policy, and the obligation of the officers of various employees of the system and individual institutions to implement policy.
How about you, Mr. Minor?
Well, I would share those same views. I think the thing that stands out, I look at it as a board similar to some businesses that I've been involved with, but I think the most important thing that was left with me after being a regent is the very strong responsibility of having to hire the various presidents of all the institutions. And that's a pretty heavy load, and I think we picked some good people, and I think that the board has a lot of other responsibilities. That sticks out in my mind as one of the big ones.
Well, how do each of you view the role of the region in terms of the administration? For instance, Chancellor, and then you have the 15 presidents of the constitutional university. How do y'all see the role of the region vis-a-vis those positions?
Well, there again, we select the chancellor, and I think the way we look at it is that we are an oversight committee. We did look at it, I'm not there anymore, but we're an oversight committee hiring the chancellor to basically have the day-to-day contact with the various presidents, and our primary role is to set policy that the chancellor follows and the president follows.
Kevin, how about you?
I would only echo what Ms. Whitehill said, and I believe that the ultimate decision-making authority is the Board of Regents, acting as a board. But the Chancellor and the University of Texas system staff are responsible for executing policy procedures, and as well as the president of the University of Texas system, 15 institutions. We did have a lot of interaction with them, but primarily at board meetings where we report to sometimes in executive session, sometimes in open session. But there was a fair amount of interchange between the board and the presidents of the various institutions.
Well, what, in y'all's view, historically, and during the time you were there, your knowledge of, even what knowledge you may have of how it operates now, what's the role of an individual regent in terms of his or her interest in things they might want to know? What's always been the approach, do you understand the approach to be? If an individual regent wants to find out certain things that's going on within the system or what the university, what's been the historical approach, the way you go about that?
It is certainly appropriate for the regent to have conversations with employees of the system. But generally, it is only the board that acts on any particular decision that is made and not any individual reasons.
Barnum?
I would agree with that, and I think the fact that we did have access to the various presidents, and for that matter, the various staff members was helpful, but we were never in a position to actually demand something of these people. In other words, that it was an information type thing, and they, I think the way I look at it, they have enough bosses that need us to be telling them what to do.
Well, what about, as far as your term in there, your knowledge of the history of it, were you aware of any regent during your tenure or any tenure you're familiar with, initiating his own Freedom of Information Act or Public Records Act request on his own without going through the board for the board to authorize it?
Not that I recall when we were.
No, none.
What is your view as to the advisability of that process in terms of whether it's helpful or unhelpful or what?
I think it would be depending on the circumstances. So there are some cases which would be done.
Can you imagine one where it would be?
Hypothetically, no.
I couldn't even.
Well, if during your time, are you familiar with anybody on the board that you were, well, let's do you, Mr. Caddy, for a second. You were chairman. How did you operate in terms of whether or not individual regents would go off on their own investigative things?
Well, it was, at least in my history of not only the 6 years of my observation of the activities of board regents, that it would have been inappropriate for a regent to act independently of the board, and that while those contacts that may have taken place with the president, faculty, or other employees, usually for information gathering purposes, and usually with the knowledge of the board and the chairman, and that information would be brought back, we discuss either in executive session or open session, and then the board would act, and then the spokesman for the board would be the chairman. But an individual regent during 2003 to 2009 did not act independently of the board.
What's your perception?
I think it was made clear when I became a regent that as far as acting independently, it was not appropriate, and also that most things would be better going through the chairman, especially as far as any kind of information that went to the public. It was always the chairman who had that role.
I think that's actually the reason I brought this. This is the rules and regulations of the Board of Regents. It's, I believe it's written in the rules that the actions of the board are represented in the public through the chairman.
The book you have in front of you, is that book something that is when someone assumes the position of regent, is that something that is presented to them and gone over?
Yes, Mr. Arden, there's actually a requirement that each new regent go through a training session. Typically, they're held in November. Most regents are appointed on the schedule in February. It's an enormous enterprise, and just to have the time to get your arms around it is a huge challenge. But yes, these were given to us as our ascension to the board and our approval to serve on that board, and we reviewed individually with the council of the board and also as a group, the three new regents who were appointed by with training sessions in the fall.
I only wish that that notebook was the only one we ever received. Because we were full of information prior to all of our meetings, and usually the stacks were this big.
Can you give us your view one way or the other as to whether it is a good impact, a bad impact, or a negligible impact to have voluminous request for information be issued by an individual region? You know what the committee's looking at, and I think I've indicated that you're not here to talk about Regent Hall one way or the other. But just let's talk about the process. What are the implications in your view, good or bad, for the system if an individual region starts making voluminous requests on behalf of him or herself into matters that they think they want to investigate?
Inappropriate.
Why?
It's, the board is a board for a reason, and that is to discuss issues and make decisions and move forward on those decisions. And any region acting independently of that would be more hammering than if he was operating on his own. It would not be in keeping with the traditions of the board region.
Can you see what, does it have any harmful implications for the effective running of the system?
Certainly could, depending on the circumstances.
How do you mean?
If the mission of that independent region was not clear, if the mission for which he was seeking information had not been discussed with and approved by the board, and I think any of those circumstances would indicate that the region is not acting with the authority of the board or the approval of the board, and therefore it is acting completely independently on its own.
Mr. Barnhill?
I would call it disruptive. I think that in our case, we made every effort to hear people's views on the board, but then tried to go in one direction. And I think that was, it's like any organization. If you listen to what people, what their concerns are, that's fine, but then you take the consensus of the whole board and move that direction and not go off. And what would happen if you had 9 people who decided they wanted to do the same thing, start their own effort to research something independently?
Can you think of any reason that if an individual region wanted certain type of information from the system, can you think of any reason that why he or she would not want to tell the board and others what, and officials within the system, the basis and reason for what they're seeking?
No.
Only if you have an agenda separate apart from the board's set of policy.
I think, for our general questions,
Just kind of clear in my mind, if you, as your service was on the board regions, did you ever have anyone that was asking a number of open records requests or additional information? When you had a potential conflict between the members of the region, what, you just worked it out, or?
As with many boards, Mr. Chairman, we would, as Mr. Barnhill referred, we would get together as a group, often in open meetings, depending on the circumstances, if we're a legal issue, a personnel issue, an executive session, try to work out our differences, come to consensus, and then we would act on that consensus through the chairman.
If there had been a conflict, what would have been the procedure for
I think probably the chairman, if there had been an apparent open disagreement, the chairman would call. I did on several occasions.
And then if there was an issue, perhaps you discuss it, then you have a vote on it to see how it would go?
We do not vote in executive session, if there were, but usually there is a consensus formed through discussion. And if it were necessary to come to vote, that would have to take place in open session by law. But most of the types of issues that came before us of that nature, we were able to resolve just by through the discussion and coming to a common agreement. Not everybody agreed with every aspect of the agreement, but that's what the whole purpose of the board is to try to reach a common agreement that's in the best interest of the institution.
You have anything to add?
No, not really.
Chairman Oliver.
Thank you. You mentioned that in your experience, you have not encountered a regent that had made such request or started an investigation on his or her own self, correct?
I do not recall
Okay.
anyone asking, anyone on the board, any of the boards in which I served.
Okay, and had you encountered that, say during your time, there was a member that started an investigation, started requesting an abundance of information, what type of action would you, as the chair, have taken? How would you have handled the situation?
I would approach the individual regent and ask him to cease and desist from what he was doing until we had had an opportunity to discuss whatever issue he was raising with the board.
Okay, and I'm not sure which one of you said that also you would want to make sure that the regent's mission was clear.
I'm not sure which one of us said that either, but I think that, yes, I think that one of the reasons that I, as chairman, had that hypothetical, I would want to make certain that the full board had an understanding of what the objective of that region.
And that would be something that would be discussed with the whole board.
Absolutely. And the board is a board to act as a unit, not to act as 9 individual members, as Mr. Barnhill referred to, who are often our own individual agendas. That's true of almost all large organizations, and this is a big one. When we were on board, $12 billion in revenue, 200,000 students, 70,000 employees, big company, big responsibility.
Did you ever encounter a regent that went off on his or her own accord to deal with employee issues, say like a
task of a trustee, and it's all its glitz and glamour, kind of like the legislature for sure. I think you made a comment, and I appreciate it. That's why I was kind of trying to drive my question. Ultimately, is the trustee's responsibility to the students. That's really what it is making it a better education experience. Because I've heard that, I think it's as obvious as it sounds. People think it's maybe their loyalty lies with the system, or does their loyalty lie with the student, or does it, you said it, and I think you're right in saying that your loyalty is with the student. I guess I would like to hear from both of you, just real simply, do you view a trustee's role as a gatekeeper, a protector, a visionary, kind of providing vision, or a navigator, just keeping an ox on the road, or is it all three? I mean, can you give me a brief, and you kind of hit around it, but just very specifically, do you think that trustee fills those roles, navigator, visionary, and a gatekeeper, a protector, if you will? So do you have an opinion on that?
Go ahead.
Well, Representative Blair, that's a complex question.
I'm a simple guy. Really.
My belief is that it's the board's responsibility not only to the students, but also to the taxpayer. And I believe that Mr. Barnhill suggested that. And ultimately, the higher education system is, in total, is intended not only to educate graduate students, but also the research and the impact that our 36 institutions have on the state of Texas in creating good graduates. So I'm not sure I'm completely clear on your definition of the navigator and the visionary. I think that there is a charge to the Board of Regents to determine the direction of the system and each individual component of the system, and to try to work with the rest of the board to clarify that vision. And so in that case, it falls under the idea of a visionary, and to work with the officers of the various component institutions to implement that vision. And,
So it's kind of all three.
yeah, but I think that I think our board, as well as all boards, are always looking to advance and improve the quality of the institution over which we have responsibility.
And through both of you, you want to add to that?
Well, I just think about that. When I got on the board, I didn't have an agenda, but one of the thoughts that I had was that I was a University of Texas at Austin graduate, but I felt like that it's so obvious that everybody can't get into the university with today's standards and so on. So I felt like it was important to improve the other institutions, the academic institutions, and certainly not at the detriment, to the detriment of UT Austin. But and I think we did that, but one of the things that I found as a regent is it's an overwhelming job, and one person can't really direct that very well. And I guess I did my best, but I realized after a while that we had a lot of other things on the table to take care of. So I would call it not necessarily visionary, but it was my vision at first. And after a while, we did a lot of it, but it got lost. There were too many other things to take care of.
Kind of listening to your testimony and previous folks that have talked to us before, you place a lot of authority in the chairman's position. The chairman really is the leader of that trustee group, and they should. I agree with everything you said today, and we can all probably concede that it's not good to have mavericks, as the term you used, but at the same time, if that chairman came in and basically stated, and this is some of the testimony we've heard, that trustees are free to pursue things of their own accord. So I understand. I'm not saying that was a good call or bad call. I would not be supportive of it. You do have to have a leader, if you will, of your board, and a strong mission and where you want to go and how you get there, and build coalesce around that. But if you have a particular chairman that happens to be in that tenure that basically says, I'm going to allow trustees to do that, is as unsound of policy as that may be, it would not be
inappropriate, I guess, is for lack of a better term. I wouldn't recommend it, but that's kind of some of the testimony we've heard. And hearing you and what you said about a remedy is put a lot of stock in the chairman. And I think we've recognized that. I think there's been changes made just recently on chairman taking a little more active in leadership role. But if a chairman said, I'm not going to stand in the way of a trustee's own agenda, if you will, or a mission, or if he feels passionate about a particular area, then where do you put that trustee's role at that point?
Well, Representative Perry, I believe that there is a specific rule that addresses that requires the board to act as a unit and report through the chairman. And so if a chairman were to say, I can't control these guys, they can go out and do anything they want to, I think he would be in violation.
No, more importantly, I don't want to say that the chairman said, I can't control them. The chairman said, I think, is the testimony we heard, the chairman gave great latitude to individual trustees to do individual tasks. Now, I'm not saying right or wrong, I'm just saying that's what I've heard in testimony, that there was latitude given to individual trustees to pursue those areas that they thought needed to be pursued. And I think we've kind of gotten where we're at today because of that.
I think from an investigative point of view that's certainly allowable.
Okay.
But from a concluding any mission, that is not within the purview nor within the statutory ability of an individual regent to be able to do it. He has to bring it back to the board.
Okay. And that's just things we've heard, and I agree with you that you've got to bring it back, but there was, based on testimony, given that latitude. What, and you testified that y'all had a problem resolution, and I call it the right way to get things done. You close the doors, hash it out, and fix it, and come back out. But did you have anything that rose to the magnitude of potentially what this is during y'all's tenures? Did y'all have any major ongoing issues that you can, did you have a challenge, I guess, of the status quo? That's kind of what this boils down to at some level. Did you ever have a trustee that had some passionate issues that did this to you during your tenure?
I can't think of any.
Not that I
Okay.
recall.
Kind of along the lines back to initiation, I would assume that FERPA, it may not have been around in your tenure, but you're probably familiar. I don't know exactly when it all came in, but y'all are educated on that, I guess, about kind of something that's part of the trustee process. FERPA education, is that a part of your initiation?
Yes.
Yes.
Would it be fair to state that if you asked for something, I know you indicated y'all never did, but if you had asked for student information or Freedom of Information Act and it was provided to you, would it be fair to state that, at least in your opinion, you could feel like it had been complied with before it was handed to you? You could feel with some confidence that it had been vetted out through the process and you were supposed to have had that information?
If it were not redacted from whatever was presented.
Yeah, whatever you were handed, though, is it fair to say you would have thought that there was people in place that would have given it to you in a compliant format?
Yes, and I believe that regents are legally permitted
I hear you.
to access to that information.
Right.
When my children started going to college, I was stunned to learn that despite the fact that I was paying their tuition, I had no access to
couldn't
their
get to it.
grades.
Yeah.
And but a regent does.
Okay. That's it now. Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Frank, it's just a couple of follow-ups. I'm curious that during your tenures on the board, just the ability for the board to triage competing controversies. And so if you could maybe share with me during your tenure, what were some of the big controversial issues that demanded the full attention of the Board of Regents?
Well, we had, I think a change of, if my account is correct, over the 6-year period, 7 presidents were changed. And some of those presidents retired voluntarily. One I remember particularly was fired. And it was after a very thorough investigation by a third-party committee. So there were some issues that came before us, particularly with regard to the leadership, that I wouldn't say were enormously controversial, but were certainly very sensitive.
Did you have any that, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't give you an opportunity to respond.
No, I agree with what Scott had to say.
Are there any matters that required your attention that, were the result of ongoing investigations and subsequent indictments by law enforcement authorities?
Not
Yeah, we did have that one issue with the professor in UT
Oh, yeah.
San Antonio
That's
that
correct.
might have resulted in a criminal investigation.
And just
We had to remove the professor.
for an alleged illegal act, or?
The allegations were that apparently were supported by the evidence that on his desktop that he had pornography.
Okay. Anything else come to mind? Just generally speaking?
There were a number of controversial issues, but not any that were that came to a heated battle of any sort.
And so, sort of like my perspective, looking at the UT Board of Regents from a 30,000-foot view, I'm mindful of very controversial leadership at the University of Texas Southwestern. I've been familiar with an ongoing investigation of alleged improprieties taking place at UT MD Anderson with respect to the campus leadership there and the spouse of the campus leader there. I'm reminded of an ongoing investigation and subsequent indictment with the Cancer Prevention Research Institute of Texas, which involves a number of component institutions. And I'm trying to figure out, how do regents prioritize and triage all these things if it's the regent's job to set the policy so that the chancellor and the chancellor's team can execute that policy? I mean, I'm wondering, in this current context, are we properly minding the shop? I'd like to know what you think.
I don't have an answer that, I'm sorry to hear about all those things, which I'm very familiar with, and unfortunately, we did not have issues of that magnitude when we were on the board. I think that, my first thought is that the board needs to tackle them and come up with a plan that would help solve those problems.
And what's curious to me is that while these are I mean, they're almost, running parallel. And I've yet to see a statement, production, an explanation as to what vigor is being applied by the regents to pursue those matters to the same level and degree that they have to look at the matter before this committee. And I'm just sort of trying to understand, when you're triaging problems, because oftentimes for us, I mean, we drink out of a fire hose as well, and we have to figure out what's important and what we need to focus on. I mean, I'm trying to understand from the mindset of a regent, or from a body of regents, is how do they do what's in what priority first, or why is it's so compelling that we get to the bottom of affairs at UT Austin to the exclusion or at the expense of these other competing problems?
Representative Fisher, my belief is that the chancellor of this university system and much of the staff is as high quality as exists in the profit or nonprofit world, and we relied when we were on the board very heavily on their investigations. And almost always involve the general counsel's office of the system to help us prioritize which were the most urgent matters. You speak of the situation in UT Southwestern. That began to emerge just as Mr. Barnhill and I were going off the board, but there was not sufficient, it was really just a series of newspaper articles and allegations, and there was not sufficient evidence, if you will, at that point in time to warrant the full attention of the board. But I am certain that the staff of the UT system was looking very carefully into all of that. In fact, I know for a fact that the auditor's office of the system was brought into UT Southwestern to audit some of the activities of which you refer.
I guess I look at this, at the same time that I understand that the UT regents themselves are trying to figure out, working with the chancellor, where the campus leader for the UT Austin Medical School is going to come from. And I imagine if you're an applicant who wants to seek the leadership post for UT's medical school, that you're paying attention to sort of the headlines and the associations that are being characterized or mischaracterized. And so, again, I mean, managing these controversies, but at the same time, you know, avoiding unnecessary attention to our component institutions, because let's face it, I don't know how you can recruit the campus leadership you want if they feel like they're in an unstable environment. And so, is that a duty of the regents to make sure that the brand of the system is the best it can be, that we put our best foot forward, we put our best face on externally, and we hash out all the problems internally, but at the end of the day, we're the University of Texas system, and we care about all of our campus institutions and how we're perceived by others.
Well, I agree with the chairman's comment here. The staff, the leadership of the system that we're familiar with is unparalleled, has been unparalleled, and I think there is still to answer some of your questions there. There's a need to prioritize, and sometimes things that are not quite as serious as others bubble to the top, and perhaps take the leadership's attention away from saying things that are more serious. That's my observation, and whether that's happening or not. I think that it just happens right now that some of those things are going on. I don't think it's any one person's fault by any means.
There's a reference, I'm sorry.
Well, I just wanted to pick up on your last comment, Representative Fisher, and that is it our responsibility as a member of the Board of Regents to put forward the best face possible. But I think everything that we're talking about here is part and parcel of that: full transparency, full discussion, evaluation and weighting of all the issues. But with 70,000 employees and 200,000 students, at least that was the case when we were on the board, we have to depend on the individual institutions, the leadership of those institutions, and the leadership of the system to help us filter what are the critical issues that need to be addressed, because we are not capable of prioritizing those on our own.
And how do you help me understand, I'm sort of, drawing my own flow chart here, but I see that campus president
regions to explore and become familiar with ongoings of the campuses, etc. But the rule, as I understand it, says that there's responsibility to become familiar with systems and processes. But the very same rule that I read says, provided that you direct all that communication through the Chancellor or the Executive Vice Provost. Is that you're familiar? Was that in place? And then it goes further to say, well, in the event that you actually start having direct communication documentation does copy the Chancellor and the EVP. And then it goes on to say, but we're not saying you can't talk to a president. You obviously talk to a president or a faculty member. And so, I mean, there seems to be some built-in limitations. I mean, maybe that's what prevents an individual regent from, getting so deep into something without having either some sort of board backing or
I mean, if this is the protocol, if the protocol is, get deep and know everything, but keep the Chancellor's office in the loop, I mean, what is your reaction when there perhaps is email after email of dictates by Regent, dictating to staff what they should and shouldn't do, what documents they should produce, what documents they shouldn't produce, what privileges should be honored, which privileges should not be honored? I mean, what would be your reaction if this is the policy to run it at a group level, but then, the actions reveal that perhaps somebody felt obligated or obliged to run his own show?
As you lay all this out, I think about how at a board of regents, it's so similar to a board at a business, and I can't imagine a director of a business saying, well, I'm going off and I'm going to handle this situation regardless of whether you guys agree with me or not. I think that the current thing that you all are studying is that it can be a distraction from some of these, what I would consider more important points that are more important issues in some of the other institutions.
As a lawyer, I place the responsibility on the fiduciary. In this instance, I think that the general counsel for the Chancellor should be, given an opinion, given legal advice, doing his or her duty. And at the same time, I think that the fiduciary for the Board of Regents, a lawyer to the Board of Regents, should be exercising some fiduciary. But it seems to me, unless I'm confused about something, it seems to me that the fiduciary duty is to the actual regents and not the system. And so, is it the job of the lawyer of the regents to be the individual lawyer for the regents, or to be the lawyer for the UT system board of regents, for the entire board?
I think we depended on the UT Council to we depended on him for to act as our attorney, so to speak. We were totally confident that what he information he gave us was well researched and was well done. And I don't know if I can answer your. Scott can probably, as an attorney, answer that better.
I have a law degree, that doesn't mean back to your earlier statement just a moment ago, Mr. Fisher, what you described really that the individual region dictating to employees of the system or of any of the individual components. In my mind, that crosses the line because it is not done as an elected decision of the board. And if the board were to make a collective decision to pursue that route, it should be executed through the chairman and chancellor.
So in your time, I mean, just to be very concrete with you, I mean, in your time, if there was a regent who was telling, let's say, open records lawyers, I want to see every page of that production before it goes out. Is that crossing the line?
I'm sorry?
Is that crossing the line?
I believe it is.
And so you, in your time, if there was a regent who tells a open records lawyer or general counsel, why should we give the legislature anything in response to an open records request? Is that crossing the line?
You mean the region is declaring that information should not be released by the system to the legislature?
Yes.
I think the legislature is the ultimate arbiter of that.
Well, I don't argue with that, but I mean, in terms of that behavior or that frame of mind from a region, I mean, is that going beyond the expectation for the region to say, well, I don't care what the staff says, we're not going to do it, or you shouldn't do it?
Yes, I think that crosses the line. I've been chairman at the time. I would have had a very serious conversation with such a region and brought the matter before the board.
Now, I'm just curious, one of the things that I've discovered in just being involved in this committee, and as you know, this committee's had a lot of familiarity with the ongoings of different matters within the UT system. During regular session, we were involved in secret, and there was sort of parallel to that, there were discussions about the UT Law School Foundation and so forth, and we had an entire hearing on a subcommittee that was put together to look at university foundations, et cetera. And so, what I'm trying to understand is when, I look at these things and I wonder, how best can we have a transparent and working relationship? I mean, if it depends on the actual regents who are picked by the governor and nominated and approved by the Senate, and the Senate does a very good job of laying out expectations. It's very difficult. I mean, it's very difficult for me to understand, why there continues to sort of be this ongoing controversy. But I didn't mean to go off on a tangent. But my question is one of the things that I discovered was that UT regents today, I've yet to see one produce and exchange email on a UT system email account. I just see private email back and forth. And if they are an agency, and they do receive taxpayer dollars, taxpayers are their bosses, how did that happen when you all were regents? Did you all afforded the opportunity to use UT resources, UT system email addresses? Did you correspond to have official communications through UT system email addresses?
I think it was understood that any email that we had was subject to the open records.
Whether it was on our personal computers or
Yeah.
from UT system.
So, I mean, and I guess it just, very, very recently, there have been announcements by the current UT system leadership that they are going to explore that as an alternative, is the utilization of public emails for a public entity. And to me, I mean, I think that this really just walks a very fine line into what is legal and what isn't legal under the Texas Open Records Act. And more importantly, from a document management perspective, from a ability to maintain and control public information, how that information is searched, categorized, produced when asked by the taxpayers. It seems to me that is again, if you want to add that to the list of items that you would want to triage, I suspect that, violating the Texas Open Records Act should be of preeminent concern to any member who's volunteering to serve on a state board or commission. And so I'm just curious how it happened back when you all were serving.
Well, as Mr. Barnell's alluded, we were instructed that any communication we had, certainly, even with our personal emails, would be subject to the Open Records Act. I believe there have been several requests for some of our personal information.
Well, we've been waiting for lots of information. I've often joked that if Regent Hall was a member of this committee, it blows mine the number of days we've waited for documents. And so, the ability to acquire, properly manage, and maintain for safekeeping, segregate confidential from non-confidential documents. I believe that duty and job lies with the system itself. If we have 9 regents with 9 private iPads having 9 private conversations, who's capturing the public's information? Who's maintaining it, who's managing it, who's producing it? What honor system are we following? When there's a request
I
for
can only
production.
say that the boards I served on were made up of people of enormous integrity. And, very understanding of the rules and abided by them. For everything that we can tell, but you raise a very important question about how that can be monitored if there is communication just directly between Jonathan,
And
how
so,
that can be monitored.
and so you just a little bit of cursory research of open records, and perhaps the reason why the UT system says in their rules, do whatever you want, talk to whoever you want, learn as much as you want, copy the Chancellor. Copy the Chancellor, copy the EVP. Because once the Chancellor is copied, guess what? It's on a UT system domain. It is managed by UT system mainframes. It is managed by UT system IT managers. So when this legislature says we need a copy of the document, we are trusting that there is a governmental entity out there that's properly managing it. And so I can only surmise that if you don't follow this protocol, you have the potential to compromise a lot. And so, and maybe I'll reserve those questions to Chancellor Cigarro will answer those for me. But there seems to be a reason why the Chancellor, by rule, is required to be notified. And I don't know, was that, were you familiar with that, or is that your understanding why the Chancellor was in the loop on direct
That was
communication?
not a rule when we were on the board, but we did involve the counsel to the board, Ms. Frederick, on most communications.
Because I would think that a self-regulating body of regents, if the regents are the check on the regents, and the executive sessions are the places where you have these conversations, I would imagine that a responsible board, it has been brought to their attention that there perhaps might have been a misapplication of a rule where the top half was used as a sword, but the bottom half was used as a shield. You know, so we use the top half of the rule to go out and ask for 400,000 pages of documents, but we completely just don't even read the bottom half. I would expect that when brought to the attention of the regents, they would say, we need to talk about this. And I imagine that the Chancellor, being made fully aware of this rule and his role in it, would say, we have a problem. And so I guess, you know, and this is a brand new committee. I don't know what committee the legislature would have done this in years past. And so I'm trying to really get my arms around all that today. And so I appreciate the input and sort of giving me that contextual understanding of how things work with you all the regions. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you both for your candor today. Thanks for your candid answers to the questions. I know sometimes it's uncomfortable, but I wanted to ask you a little bit about comments that you said earlier. Both of you agreed, I think, quite clearly that the Maverick that we've discussed here, or just a region going off on his or her own to gather information, whether it be by their own agenda or for some other purpose, would be inappropriate. But what are the limits, in your opinion, of where are the proper limits for a region when they are trying to discharge their responsibilities and duties in gaining knowledge of the university system, making sure the system is effective? I guess we talked a lot about what's inappropriate. I'm just trying to get a sense of perspective for the committee. Where are the limits of proper behavior, in your opinion?
You know, my thought would be that if you find an issue that is a problem, in other words, I think there's a problem in this area and I think it needs to be addressed, I just don't think that the individual region would be the one to tackle it. And I think it would be our attorney when we talk about
Your general counsel?
general counsel job to investigated, and certainly not having an individual regent spending his time primarily on that, while everybody else is going another direction.
And may I add that when we were on board, that's precisely how we operated. If we in any way got wind that there might be something amiss, we would ask the general counsel to investigate. I'm talking about the general counsel system, not the council.
So if you had identified something that you wanted more information on in an effort to pursue your job and gaining knowledge or the effectiveness of the system, that's something you would have brought, I guess, in your experience, to the attention of the general counsel or other members of the board to be taken up?
Other members of the board first, and then we probably collectively asked the general counsel to do this.
In your experience, traditionally, has that been the way the board has operated collectively?
Generally speaking, yes.
And Mr. Gavin, since you operate a trust company, I guess I want to ask you, we talked a lot about fiduciary responsibilities today, different relationships. Is a regent a fiduciary?
Yes.
And so who is that relationship with? Who are you a fiduciary to in your role as a regent?
Well, I think ultimately to people in Texas, clearly to the legislature and the governor. And I think that they all are, one of the things, the question I actually asked the general counsel, what exactly are the responsibilities of the regents, and to whom are they responsible? And the ultimate answer was that you're responsible to do the best thing possible for the agency for which you have charge. And although we report to you, you've given us the authority, we report to the governor because he has appointed us, our ultimate responsibility as fiduciaries is to the institution.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything to add?
No, I was thinking the governor appointed us, but the legislature approved our appointment.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Darcy.
To follow up on that, the governor appoints you. Were there any expectations that if he wanted to reform one of the campuses within the UT system, that you would listen to what he had to say and then go out as an individual regent and try to put those reforms in place, whether it be in curriculum, whether it's financial or whatever?
First, I appreciated his appointment because it was, at that point, the biggest honor I had ever received. But only once in the 6 years that I served did I ever personally hear from the governor about, in that case, it was a suggestion for a personnel matter. And other than that, the closest I guess we came was when we were, along with all of the regents from throughout the state of other public institutions, invited downtown to hear the plan of seven solutions.
The seven solutions.
And we listened carefully and actually took heart to some of them, but felt like that we couldn't do all of that all at one time, and some of them we didn't agree with. But they were, the governor was there and told us that he hoped we would consider all these things, and that was to all the regents from all the public institutions.
But y'all never took a vote at the regent level on whether you're going to adopt those rules.
And to answer your question, Representative Washington, during our term on the board, I was never approached by the governor, or the board was never approached by the governor about any specific institution. And there were a couple of suggestions that he made. I guess the most formal one was at this May 2008 meeting about the seven solutions, but they were presented by the governor as suggestions for us to consider. But there was never any dictation from the governor's office that we must act in a certain way.
You indicated that there were 7 presidents that turned over in the system while you were...
Some very thought retired is a good example.
Was there ever a time where a regent was indicating that they were going to get rid of a president at one of the campuses within the UT system without the concurrence of the board?
No.
And explain to me your understanding of the protocol on how you replace a president within the system.
Well, I may not have it, by the way, it's been 5 years since I was a regent, so I've got to recall all this, but we would have a list of candidates that would be presented to consider, and then we would interview those people and select one of them, the board would, and basically that was it. Now, where the list came from, I'm not positive.
One of the procedures in replacing a president, which John mentioned is very is open statement, but in my opinion, is the single most important responsibility of the board. Because if you pick the right people, everything else falls into place. And I think that we, by and large, did very much in your board, which is very good people. But if your question, Representative Larson, has to do with how we get rid of a president, because you might think that was under the phraseology. There was one fired for what was discovered to be plagiarism in the doctoral thesis, and there was ample evidence, but we, as a board, appointed a committee of academics to study the doctoral dissertation and the allegations that were made against this president, and they found that indeed there had been plagiarism. So she was allowed to resign, but she would have been a termination.
But no individual regent can articulate that viewpoint in the public and state that they think that president should leave. You never, is that within the policy guidelines where the chairman sort of controls the discussion in the general public?
Sure, they could do that, but it would be inappropriate to what I think.
The issue that Chairman Flynn brought up about how you would deal with this circumstance, you said you'd sit down and ask them to cease and desist, and then have a stern reckoning with what was transpiring and it was hurting the university. To go one step further, do you believe if they broke the law while they're fulfilling their role as a regent, should they be removed or asked to resign at that point?
Now, that's a fact-based situation, and I'm not sure we can give a definitive answer to it, because breaking the law, there are varying degrees of breaking the law. So I don't believe that it would be the role of the board to sit in judgment on something. I think that what would happen as a practical matter is that the chairman had a very serious conversation with that regent, and if he did not agree, then the chairman would probably call an executive session in which the entire board would discuss. And then this is an executive session, this particular issue. And then if that did not solve the problem, my guess is the chairman would call an open meeting where it would be discussed. I think that would bring everything public and everything very transparent. And I think it would also indicate that the board was, as a group, as a majority, was opposed to the actions that would not be with that role.
But there's no recourse at this point.
No.
I mean, essentially, they could do whatever they want to do, and, short of this committee, forcing a regent off if they're not acting in the best interest of the university or the state of Texas, we can go through a process like we're in right now, or we amend the law to, sometime in the future to where the legislature will lay out the rules for the universities if there is a violation of law as they're fulfilling the duties. And you're right, if it's a misdemeanor or if it's a felony, maybe if it rises to the level of a felony that you would ask them to step down in the best interest of the university system or whatever. We'll have to figure that out. But right now, there are no repercussions. There's no sanctions, and unfortunately, the university, in my viewpoint, has been harmed a great deal because of the controversy that is spinning around it right now. And these hearings, when we end, hopefully some of that will calm down, and I think with the new rules, but at the same time, we have no control. One of the regents, or the region in question could ask for another 1,200 documents today. And they could continue, but they're gonna have to go through the region chairman now, the way that the Chairman Foster has laid out his new rules. But it's just something, it's
made a step in the right direction.
he has, and that's the best part of it, but I still think that we've got a rogue region that unfortunately it hurts the value of one of the flagship universities in the state, and it hurts the personnel and our ability to recruit personnel, whether they be professors in the law school or the centers of excellence that have been created there are diminished because people are not going to come into it. It was ironic because I was watching college football a couple weeks ago, and they were speculating about the whole UT football program and where it was going. And the agent for the coach that the Regent was pursuing apparently said, "Why would you go down there with all the political crap that's swirling around that university?" That's a bad reflection on the state of Texas.
Well, we can't even recruit some of the football coaches anymore. I read the paper every day, but somebody else is taking himself out of the possibility.
Right, and that's the lower end of it. The academic side of it is even more important, that we're not recruiting the best professors into the law school and throughout the whole system. So I think that we definitely have, and I think it's incumbent upon this committee to draft some rules to support what Chairman Foster, but if there is a rogue regent, there has to be repercussions, and the chairman or the system or the governor or somebody has to exercise pulling them out of the system and not allowing them to create the controversy that's been created over the last 9 months. And unfortunately, it takes a lot of time, and it's going to take a lot of resources to reestablish that credibility. So thank y'all very much for your time as regents and your willingness to come in and speak to us today.
It's important to us to.
Members, any other questions? I want to personally thank you for taking your time to come in and spend a couple hours with us, and your insight has been very helpful, and we greatly appreciate it. Mr. Hart, do you have any other questions?
I only had one, I think, and that is you mentioned appropriately, I think, Mr. Cabot, that the regents do have the right to have access to FERPA information, but you are all trained, and I believe Mr. Perry has to do the same thing. You all receive certain instructions and education about the responsibilities on how to handle FERPA material, did you not?
Yes.
And though you may have access to it, we're also made very aware of the impermissibility to share that with anyone else.
I think that's right. I also think that it would be inappropriate for a regent to show up in a dean's office or faculty member's office without having first advised the chairman or the chancellor.
And at the end of the day,
Even if it was just an information gathering session.
can you imagine any legitimate educational purpose for numerous public records requests of an individual regent be making of an institution such as the University of Austin? Can you imagine a legitimate educational purpose of those kinds of requests?
I know of none, but this is the first instance I've seen of any very large demands for the public information.
How about you?
No, I would, that's either reason.
I appreciate you.
We have one more question.
Okay. Following up on that about regents having access to information, how would a regent have access to, say, an employee's file? Would it be normal, or would it be unusual for a regent just off on their own to go request a certain employee's file?
It would be extremely unusual. That would be, again, a procedure that would need to take place within the system through the appropriate parties, probably beginning the Chancellor.
And would that be discussed amongst the board, and that region would have to say why he or she
If the
wanted?
regent persisted, the Chancellor said that's an inappropriate request, and the regent persisted, then I suspect the chairman would get involved, and then ultimately the board can find out if they make it helpful.
We had testimony from a a lady by the name, I think it's Carol Longoria, that was involved in gathering this abundance of information that Mr. Hall requested. And then at some point he requested, after he was suspicious of something, I believe, a request for employee file. What about the president or anyone else's travel records? Request that type of information, how would that be handled?
That would typically be handled through the auditor's office within the system. But again, through regular channels. And these are large, well-organized entities. And there are procedures that have been set up both officially and for practice over the years. But if I suddenly showed up in the president's office and asked to see the employee file of a particular employee of that institution, that would be entirely available.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the time. Thank you. Without objection, Chairman Alvarado has moved that the committee go into executive session to discuss the procedures here, the promo, and we'll take a working lunch break and be back here by 12:45. Yes. There's that one at work on it, and then it's good executive session. Yeah, 12:45.
I'll be there and everything.
It's better for them just to be in school.
I was trying to see if there was a right,
Don't take our headlines away from
was really great.
Especially for coming all the way down from Fort Worth. It's easy for me. All I got to do is get in the car and drive 10 blocks.
I think at the cafeteria, maybe. It's up down that end up. Hi there, good to see you.
How are you? Nice to see you. How is Page doing?
He's all right.
I told I'd gone for some Carrie out. Go do good work. It's on the agenda to do that's fine. I told y'all wanted this week to see what
God's going back.
I'm having lunch with John.
How could I miss this?
He should just like still. Dodge controversy at all costs. That and the same thing, you know, he's always right. But it's
Thank you.
controversial. That's what happened. You know why he told me? He was afraid to call police. So what? I guess it would indicate that he had a prejudice in favor of power from that. But I suspect there's several people who will testify.
Completely understand. Completely understand. Well, I hope you and your family are all right. Thank you. Please tell your son I said over.
All right, I will. Thank you.
Jamie, both kids are taking his place, but John, for a little more
And then I'm here all the time. You're here a lot. I'm here in this building. Thanks for all you do. Thanks. Good to see you, David. Good to see you.
There was one person who always peripheral. Colleen Q again did not make it. Okay, I'll meet you outside. And the other was Denise, and she had a conflict, not trial, it's a short notice.
Okay.
That's exactly how that worked out. She's almost disappeared. But I,
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. Okay, and
How y'all doing?
yeah.
Hey, what capacity are you in?
Well, I try to
do
make
that.
that point, that the people that I serve with, the people that
Okay.
the other side of that sentence, which I cannot finish, is the people who
Good to see you.
and not just to this board. One of the things that I often say that it usually involves your loss, because all the years of experience and all the receptions and all the building dollars and all the fundraisers was all of them. And when he was appointed, I was not Brenda, I understand, because she is successful. But I could never, hey John.
Hey Scott, good job.
Doing well. How are you?
And
I'm from Boston,
it's become
so-
obvious that Jeff was the guy who picked him. But,
Oh, yeah. Well, what else would I like
but I
to
agree
know?
with you.
That's right. You know Jim Bruce that for real.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's on vacation.
But he said,
Thank you. You know me well.
can't operate.
Act 3 right now.
Operate as a unit. Yes, there is stated provision that a member of the board can
Hopefully,
gather whatever information he needs from any employee of the system. As far as dictate, as far as dictating anything, that's totally outlined, it's totally pretty.
Yeah, this, after
We didn't name names.
Maybe that's where it's gonna go.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it's helpful with the whole process. That was fun.
And so you're not with the Texan at
Many
all?
whites, and the total amount of time I spent talking to him was maybe 3 minutes, an aggregate. First was at the Chancellor Council meeting in Los
Me?
Angeles,
No, I'm
6
gonna
months
be
after
taking
he had been.
so I won't be with them.
He and Pavich, and I was just taking over. Yeah, I
Well,
was just
it's
taking
hard
over
to
the chairman.
It's hard to
Yeah, Pat, of course, Pat had chewed them out, and they were not very receptive to talking to any regions at that time.
I've got a lot of other university activities.
They were very pleasant, and then, one of the football games this year, I was at Chancellor's, box, and, Wallace and White came. He was very friendly.
Oh, of course.
Got going, but, almost immediately after he and I talked, it was, could have been more than 30, 40 seconds, that I was introduced to his wife, who was absolutely wonderful. And I talked to her for
I also
5
heard
minutes.
it's looking like the economy.
Yeah, I'm going to in a minute.
You have to do the screen, so.
Perfect, thanks.
From an executive session right now? Oh, not much of anything. I think this is just.
I mean, he's just a guy that for most of his life, and I've talked to people who've been pledged,
Whatever happens.
Yeah, it's been,
they say he's always been,
I
he's
used
a
to watch
rapper on
volleyball
something.
last week.
When are they expected to go into executive session?
During the window, yeah. We're working one.
Y'all have growled him in.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But like I said, I see that. I see that just,
Thank you for doing that.
the nuts and bolts. Nobody. All right, let's see you back here in a little while. We're saying by 12:45. Christmas is actually, so they're gonna be the same shit, which is good.
Yeah, good for us.
I'm still just trying to figure out what happens if the things we recommend goes from each one. There's a special session for that. And this, I have no configuration of this, which is that if there's a he's not able to serve his commissions as the law that's hanging out there, then it's until the house goes one way or another. I don't know if that's accurate.
Clearly very excited.
Yeah, exactly. You should ask.
Now that this happened, I think things have changed.
That's what it sounded
I think a lot of this Did you name any of your Christmas stuff?
No, we didn't do it last year.
Well, I know you did last year, but I think they were taking a break. The economy's recovered. They're not letting down the neighborhood.
Didn't do it. I know, it's very disappointing.
It's been good.
I'm surprised.
I know, it's very cool.
How's this going? They just have them kind of all over the place. They've changed the Texas
Okay, so tell me what you're shooting. So, yeah. Right. Sort of like around. Yeah. It's pretty simple.
It seems to be. It's just kind of figuring out the patterns.
That looks like my hometown now.
Well, that's out on.
exciting.
Yeah, I'm from Pensacola. So yeah, that is my hometown.
Actually, these folks were nice enough to
I recognize the
allow us to
sand.
plug in.
Oh, that's right. You were talking about this. We get this crazy Northwest Florida connection between Laura and me and your wife.
So you don't, you could, that's his mom.
It's funny, when I was still living in Florida, I never did the beach family picture because it was like the obligatory, everybody had one.
Right.
And then when we moved to Texas, so one summer when we were back, I'm like, all right, we're getting the beach family portrait.
We have them every summer. We go down.
We're due for a new one.
Yeah. I've got a few extras.
This summer, I don't know if you heard about this, but my husband's dad had retired in Pensacola as well. He's from New York. My family was the ones from there, and he unexpectedly died while we were there. I mean, we were at the condo. He came out of the condo. He swam with the kids. He played golf. The next day, we hear from him. We knew he was supposed to be playing golf, and so we didn't miss him at first. Started calling, and then just dropped dead of a heart attack. So, and we've been going back to that same condo for like 5 or 6 years, and I mean, we planned the funeral from there. His siblings converged, you know, and the night, the evening after the funeral, you know, we come back and we're letting the little kids swim in the pool. We're just kind of sitting there, we're all completely emotionally drained, and he looked at me and said, "I don't want to come back here anymore." And I was just like, I'm hoping I get it in the moment, and maybe we'll never go back to that. So we would go back to the same condo, like our kids think it's ours. Yes, yeah.
I can see not wanting to go back to that.
Yeah, even though it had become like this really neat tradition, you know, it was too bad. Exactly, like picking new place. We'll probably do a different family vacation this summer and give it a rest.
Suzanne's grandmother. She passed away. They live in Training. So she moved. It's hard to do. It's hard to watch summer. That's cool.
Yeah.
So we actually went over. So we would always do this on the best It was really weird.
Exactly. Yeah. It wasn't the same. Yeah. Yeah. And we always do like a day in Destiny. That's kind of I met in Destiny. We were working in the Northwest Florida Daily News, which which is in Walk Beach, but he was in the Destin Bureau. You'll appreciate this. Nobody else, you're not from there, you understand. I was in the Crestview Bureau. He was in, let me repeat that, the Destin Bureau, which was in the Topsails Resort right by St. Destin. I was in Crestview. Let's just let that sink in for a minute. So needless to say, all our dates happened in Destin. So we have, so we had a, although he did also cover like the Phoenix Springs, he covered all of Walton County. I covered North Okaloosa. But, so we have a very soft spot in our heart for Destin, but we were in our 20s and partying. It was a little different scene, so now it's fun to go to Pensacola Beach where it's a little more family. Well, Destin is family too, but for me, all my family, they live in Santa Rosa County, Santa Rosa County, so it's a nice place where they can come and visit us. You get to Fort Walton Beach and Destin, you're a little too far away. This is zoomed in because it was my profile picture, but you can kind of get an idea. But he just turned 13 and she is 7, so I think it's time for Taller me now. Oh, wow. Tall one. Yeah. Dante had this spurt over the summer. I think he grew 4 or 5 inches in a matter of months. It was it's like you could watch him grow. It was crazy. His feet are huge. But all my husband's not tall. He's 5'9", but my dad is 6'3", my brothers are 6'1" and 6'4". My grown nephew is 6'5", so he takes after that for my side of the family. His birthday was Friday, so I'm still, every now and then I have to thank my mother of a teenager. Wow, when did that happen? He still plays with Legos, that's what good. How old is your son? Yours are still fairly young. Yeah. Mine are bookends to yours.
The House Select Committee on House Select Committee on Transparency, State Agency, and Operation will now come to order. Will the clerk call roll? Here.
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 Johnson. Here.
Here. Perry. Here. Price. Here.
Okay, quorum's present. We're going to begin our second round of invited testimony. And Mr. Hartley, if you have any comments you want to make prior to, then the chair will call Chancellor Figueroa. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give this body is true and accurate? Thank you. Very good. Thank you. And I want to thank you for being here. And for the record, if you would state your name and title.
Certainly.
Well,
my name is Francisco Figueroa, and I am Chancellor of the University of Texas System, and also a physician.
Thank you very much for being here today. I think that, Mr. Harder, do you want to begin with your series of questions?
I think this was specifically at the request of the committee, so I'll defer to the committee. If there's anything I think I can add at the end, I'll be glad to. But I believe this was on the motion of Representative Larson, and so.
Well, it's good that he's here.
Yeah. I think he's coming short. I'll defer to you.
Okay, very good. Any members have any open comments or questions that you want to ask? Okay. Perhaps if you just have some opening comments about what your role is at the university as Chancellor.
Well, certainly. Well, first of all,
Throw down food, go block it.
Well, let me first, let me do one part of housekeeping. We, committee recognizes Representative Larson.
What's that?
You're here.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Stay here.
Thanks, I got cheese on my chin, that's great.
Well, let me first begin by thanking you, Co-Chairman Alvarado and Co-Chairman Flynn and members of this committee for allowing me to be here today and to answer your questions. I'm Chancellor of the University of Texas System, as I'm going to you, and this is a remarkable system of higher education. We're comprised of 15 universities, 9 outstanding academic institutions, 6 outstanding health institutions. Very, very proud that University of Texas at Austin is really one of the world's greatest universities. That Southwestern Medical Center is also one of the world's greatest academic health centers with over 5 Nobel laureates. In fact, the most recent Nobel laureate basically did his seminal work on the Nobel laureate discovery at Southwestern Medical Center, who's currently at Stanford. We're proud that MD Anderson is the #1 cancer hospital in the world. We provide over $2.5 billion of research as a system, and the system that has the most peer-reviewed research in the state of Texas. And for the second consecutive year, philanthropy has topped $1.2 billion. Last year was our greatest year. This year has been the second best year in the history of the University of Texas, and in large part, Southwestern, MD Anderson, University of Texas at Austin played critical roles. In addition, I'd have to say that being Chancellor is really one of the great jobs in higher education. We've been able to accomplish a lot over the past 5 years, whether it be the Framework for Advancing Excellence, whether it would be creating the Dell School of Medicine, a new university in South Texas, recently an engineering task force as to how Texas can actually educate more engineers. Despite this being a very complex job, it's one of the most rewarding jobs that I've ever had. My role as Chancellor is really to be the greatest advocate that I can be for our 15 universities. To be able to present opportunities that the presidents of our 15 campuses provide to the Board of Regents, such that I can identify the best resources possible to allow the universities to expand on excellence. I also have the responsibility of holding systems and our campuses and their leadership accountable, which I would bring forward to the board. And then my job is also basically trying to provide the best recommendations to help the board establish policy such that we can have the best system of higher education in America, and also at a opportunity that provides access, affordability, and excellence to our students in Texas. So, in a nutshell, that's who I am, that's what I do, and that's what I'm passionate about.
Here, and we want to thank you. I represent Northeast Texas, and we greatly appreciate the University of Texas.
We love you till signs retire and co-chairman.
I would like to say that they're in my district, but not, but since I'm in Texas, I do appreciate what they do. Members, do you have any questions? Mr. Larson?
Thank you very much for coming.
Yes, sir.
You and I are friends, been friends for a number of years as president of UTL Science Center in San Antonio. And then you were demoted to Chancellor.
Everyone did tell me to run away from this job.
Yeah,
I think they were right.
Exactly. Yeah, and you got the whole host of additional issues. So you've watched the theater over the past year, and it's swirling all around the Board of Regents and what's transpired. One particular regent that we were charged to investigate and see if it rose to the level of impeachment has created a lot of disruption. And I guess from my perspective, I would like to hear a system-wide what is has materially impacted the different institutions, primarily the one at UT Austin, because of all of this.
And this is specific to,
Yeah, basically your ability to continue to grow a $20 billion endowment fund, your ability to attract the best faculty, not only at UT Austin, but throughout the system. And also, I think the questions that we had earlier for some of the former regents about how we fix this so we don't continue to run into the same problem in the future.
okay, well, I've been chancellor now for 5 years, and essentially there was a significant change in pace about 3 years ago because a new sense of urgency as it relates to revenues, traditional revenues coming into the University of Texas system. Obviously we just got out of a horrible recession. How are we going to be able to find those resources to expand excellence, and then how can we actually provide an outstanding education without really burdening our students with a lot of tuition and fees? So there was a state of urgency, and that resulted in task forces being established in 2009, more or less. The Productivity Excellence Task Force and the Blended Online Task Force, and many questions asked not only of us but of our institutions to try to define what is the best path forward to be able to accomplish that goal. I would say that over the past year, there has been distractions in the sense of what all of you are deliberating upon. In the sense that there have been certainly voluminous requests predominantly focused on a campus. I think in part those voluminous requests have been related to the Law School Foundation and its association with the University of Texas at Austin. There have been recent requests regarding what do we really know about the admissions processes in regards to our universities and so forth. And I must admit, I've never experienced as many requests in the 5-year period as I have been in the past. Now, there have been good things that have happened in the sense that we're very proud of the accomplishments that I've conveyed to you, whether it's the Dell School of Medicine, whether it's the new university in South Texas, whether it's the Institute for Transformational Learning. A lot of that came out of that very, very busy time in 2009 because we did invite a lot of presidents. There were a lot of questions asked. There was emotion on both sides because we were probing under every rock. But I think that there's a lot to be proud of. I would say that from my perspective, what has been a bit painful is that, for example, the requests that we've been talking about, there has been, in my opinion, a large volume of requests. There has been a request for a very quick turnaround that I think at times were unreasonable. And you've heard from others at System, which I would agree to, that it became disruptive. And it became disruptive because literally all hands had to be on deck, to really accommodate, a lot of requests. Now, did that paralyze the system? The answer is no. Because we've got great people working for us. We're just really devoted individuals, and I can speak directly of my executive officers, and I can speak directly of our 15 presidents. We basically ended up working longer, and everybody ended up putting in more volunteer time on the weekends, day and night, to get the job done, to be able to accomplish the other things that I've told you. I would say, Representative Larson, that the reason why it was painful for me as the Chancellor of the University of Texas system is that I did see morale drop, certainly at UT system, in the sense that I really had to kind of keep holding up my head up high, basically saying we have to respond to these requests, but we will continue to get our work done, we'll continue with vision, and we'll continue to inspire. But it wasn't work as normal. You really had to basically lift people to say, we will get through this, and we'll be stronger for it. But yeah, morale did drop.
It's still low, because we haven't worked through it yet. There's still the cloud over the university about what's transpired. We've got a policy in place. Hopefully we'll start moving forward. As far as the interplay with regents as the chancellor, and a particular regent going after a president of one of the system and one of your campuses, tell me the dynamics of that, and do they communicate directly with you about what they're going after? Because there's a email with a lot of notoriety about that one of the presidents within the UT system will be gone by the end of the year, and that they're moving forward to hire somebody in the athletic department and the balance of that. Is that in coordination with you, or is that outside of your purview?
So you've got to start, you've got to go back around the early part of 2009. Again, I've described this sense of urgency.
Excuse me, I think, we've had this before. Do you mean 2011 rather than 2009?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No,
I keep on getting this.
I'm sorry interrupting. I caught it the first time. Excuse me.
I'm sorry. In 2011, let me begin. That's when the task forces were begun for product and excellence task forces and blended online learning. I was just referring to the joke from becoming president of Chancellor my mind. So there is a joke there, and then there is another joke here. But going back to that is what was happening then, in the sense of we need a lot of information to be able to provide the best recommendations and so forth. There were a lot of requests going out to the presidents and to the campuses, predominantly through executive officers. But there was a lot of, it was a very fertile time of asking a lot of questions. And I ended up at one point having to call the general counsel to the board to say, look, this is happening so fast, so quickly, and at times, it's not that there's malintent here in any way, it's just, requests are happening without me being copied on it.
Let me interrupt you just a second. Did Regent Hall ever come to you one-on-one and offer criticism or concern about these issues before they started?
Well, let me get to that.
Okay.
Let me finish this, and then I'll get to that, because there's a chronology here. And so, Representative Larson, we then ended up fine-tuning the process, because the Texas Education Code basically allows any region, basically it states that the board can govern, operate, support, and maintain. And then the Regent's rules, which we alluded here today, is that a region certainly has the authority and the responsibility to inform themselves as they deem appropriate. And yes, things should go through the Chancellor, through the executive officers, but it doesn't prohibit regents from coming to the campus and speaking to the presidents, etc. And so, because in the beginning there were some, I wasn't being copied on everything, I requested that to happen, and it got better. And so what we have put in a process where in large part, I'm now getting copied, on, 90% plus everything. Now, in regards to Co-Chairman Flynn's question, is that, yes, I've had one-on-one meetings with Regent Hall, and I would say in the July timeframe of this year, he did convey concerns. He conveyed concerns about the Law School Foundation and its association with UT Austin, and how faculty were being compensated, who do you want and when, and those concerns. He conveyed concerns about, is there outside influence, in the admissions of students to the University of Texas at Austin. And his concerns were, strong, in that regards. I did meet with leadership of UT Austin and the Dean of Law School, and they conveyed to me that, they review students in a very holistic way. But because this concern was coming from a Regent, this concern basically expanded even outside the Prudential along the various entities, public entities, and asked the question, is there a problem in the admissions process or not? And so, at that time, I made a decision as Chancellor that, we did need to take it seriously and do an inquiry, of which those results still are pending. So what I did in my role as Chancellor is I listened to every concern he had. I acted upon those concerns the best way possible. And, I'm basically going through a process that, in my opinion, is, a fair process. Let's get the information. Let's see, what the issues are, such that we can come up with a conclusion. So, yes, in that discussion, he did convey, those strong concerns.
So, my understanding of the flow chart in the organization, a Regent works with y'all, with you in your office, the Chancellor's office, but based on some of the things that have been brought to this committee, they can go about pursuing football coaches at other universities without the concurrence of the president of the campus here in Austin and the board, and I guess your perspective on it. I mean, I don't understand
So my perspective on that is that approach, was wrong. In the sense that, if a Regent, and let's take, either that example or any other example, is involved in basically trying to recruit or employ, whether it be a faculty member or whether it be a coach, whatever, is at the appropriate process, in my opinion, is for that individual to speak to the president and basically decide on a path of best strategy to determine whether that's a good recruitment or not. And if it is, what is the best approach? And at that point in time, the president could say, yes, I would certainly welcome your input on this, or yes, you can go out and put out a feeder for me. But the president on that issue or any other issue regarding an employment of a very high-level individual within the university should involve the president.
Okay, so an individual Regent can go to the president at one of the universities in your system and make a suggestion, and then offer their services to go out without the board of Regents Regent's concurrence with that?
If it doesn't require board action, and it's look, I've heard someone may be interested, I'm gonna go speak to the president, and the president decides what is the best approach. I don't think that has to go to the full board, unless you're gonna employ somebody, then that has to go to the full board. Because the board has to ratify or approve that. It's just the issue of, if this is an employee of the University of Texas at Austin, it's an individual who, reports to the president. It would be best practice to speak to the president and determine the path of action.
Or talk to you, allow you to talk to the president?
Correct.
That'd be a better approach.
Correct.
Just to continue to follow up on that, was it ever suggested to Regent Hall that maybe some of these actions were inappropriate and that should have been directed through the chain of command, if you like?
Which actions?
The incredible number of open records requests, the number of documents. That's kind of what my concern is. All of a sudden, we have all this big volume of information, and it seems, from previous testimony, that he was going around the president, going around your office, and going directly to employees.
Okay,
So I'm just saying, did anyone ever bring him in and say, these are inappropriate actions, there is a procedure for doing this?
Okay, so again, I've got to basically be able to answer your question, kind of also convey, basically the direction of the board. And so in 2011, I better write this down, there was, first of all, an assessment of what the roles and responsibilities of the region are and what they can ask for in order for them to inform themselves as they deem appropriate to be a good region. And then also what, can they ask for data and for information from campuses, and then how is the best way to approach that, and so forth. You've all read that.
Sure.
The tone was also set in that year that any region can ask for any information consistent with the Texas Education Code of Regents rules. That if an executive officer got a request regarding information, he would need to respond back to the region within 24 hours as to when they could feel that the response could be completed. And then every 2 weeks thereafter, you have to give them a progress report, to be able to track this through. And that was the tone that was set by the chairman of the board. He is our chairman, and we said, okay. So, there were times where I looked at certain requests for information where I thought the request was unreasonable, or whether the turnaround time was unreasonable. And certainly I would convey that to the chairman of the board and to the general counsel of the board. And basically, the conclusion was, no, we still have to answer that question because the region has the right to ask for that question in the spirit of transparency.
And let me stop you there. You were here for previous testimony when it was suggested that if this kind of action was going, that perhaps the Chancellor would have said, let's cease and desist from this excessive number of documents or this action. Did you ever feel that way?
I would say that I am uncomfortable with this approach. I would discuss it with the leadership of the board. Basically, more often than not, I would say more often, is that would have a duty, to answer the question. And Chancellor, we can actually modify the timeline, to try to get, to try to give you all a little bit more time to get the answers. But at the end of the day, we needed to answer the questions.
So that there was a spirit of,
And this was not in the absence of other regions not knowing. I mean, the full board knew that, there were many requests coming at us.
800,000 pages. That's significant.
It's not like this was a secret to anyone.
Right. That's why I just, was there ever a time in the full board or on a one-on-one basis that any other member of the regions would suggest that maybe this was an inappropriate activity, or perhaps there should have been maybe curtail some of these activities, or what is it exactly you want?
Yeah, the board as a whole, there were several regents who would say, can we figure out another way of doing this? But I think everybody was also, very careful to not, for us not to answer the question, but is there a more efficient way of doing it? Can we, rather than ask 100 questions, can you ask 20 specific questions and still answer the question? Is there a better process? Because, no member of the board, doesn't want questions answered if it's their right. Sure. It's just, as all of you are deliberating today, is there a better way of doing this? Such that we can keep our eye on the ball, we can be, it's about continual improvement, and how can we be a better system, a very transparent system, and also to provide the resources to our campus.
I think at the end of the day that there will be some suggestions. And I applaud the actions that have been taken since last week. I guess it's still, I don't feel like I've really gotten, maybe I answered the question correctly, but was there ever a time when the actual comment was made of what is it you're looking for? Is this an inappropriate activity, or do you think this is excessive? Was there ever any conversation like that?
I would have those conversations predominantly with the chairman and the general counsel.
But not with Regent Hall?
No.
Did anyone? So it was just kind of a spirit of accommodation to him?
Yeah, usually, the way I've managed when I have strong concerns about an issue, certainly, I share those concerns with the chairman of the board. Then, the chairman can talk about my concerns to the regents and bring us all together.
Do you think it would be appropriate for maybe the chancellor to have more authority in that area?
I think I've got, the authority, that I need. It's again, it's the tone set by the board. Certainly I conveyed concerns to the chairman of the board and to the executive, not the executive committee, but the vice chairmen of the board. And so, it wasn't like I didn't convey what I thought was working, what I thought it wasn't working. But I think also governance is about the board has to govern itself. And we as staff, even though I'm chancellor, I'm basically not the governing board. My role is to provide the best opinions to the board so that it can govern itself in the best way, and then to be able to help them establish the best policy.
But do you think that perhaps it would be a good idea to have a central authority that would review over the regions? Would it be advantageous to have a central authority where they did have more power over the other regions?
Who would have more power over regions?
The chancellor.
I think that, no, I think the governing board, has to provide the governance to the system. And I think that the chancellor, there has to be respect, between the CEO.
But there does have to be an ultimate authority.
Well, the governing board is the ultimate authority for.
So you believe that the regents and the chancellor is an advisory board to?
No, the chancellor's the CEO of the system.
Okay.
And basically, I've got a boss, and the boss is a governing board. And I think the way I like the way it works is that, a governing board is not just one individual. It is a group of fiduciaries that as a whole helps make the very best decisions for the university.
I come from a banking background, and I'm used to having a chairman of the board and a president who works for the board. But the chairman would have maybe authority to be able to direct how the CEO would operate. Obviously, the answer to the board, but I know that banks that I've been associated with watch, the chairman did have a veto authority and did exercise it on occasion. And I'm just, is that a little too optimistic in the university system?
The chairman, the chairman basically, has a lot of authority. He still is one vote, or she is still one vote. We've had a woman chairman. Hopefully there'll be more. But the chairman has the authority to decide what to put on the agenda and what not to put on the agenda of the board of regents meetings, and what to discuss in the executive session and not to discuss in the executive session. And so, there is a lot of influence there.
Members, do you have any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just real quick, a couple of things that you hit on. So what I heard from you is you're very open to trustees coming to you with issues. That's kind of the format, and encourage that. But a couple things. Has there been things that Trustee Hall brought to your attention that has rose to a level of action, and specifically, the law school wasn't a secret. Those were things that we dealt with throughout the session, but you may not have been the initiator of that. But I guess what I'm trying to hear, the first time I've heard, is there was legitimacy in some of the things that were being asked, or there was legitimacy in some of the motives behind some of these. And along the same lines, has there been actual implementation of some of the ideas that have come from that particular trustee group? It sounds to me like they're a little more active and cohesive, that it wasn't just single out trustees doing these certain things. You're kind of bringing it all together, and that's encouraging because it's not all broke. So what I'm asking, I guess, is have you implemented or have you seen positives come out from some of the specific issues? And kind of along the same line as you answer that, do you feel like when you met with Trustee Hall on these issues, and you took them serious, obviously, you acted on them in an appropriate way, do you think the reason he kind of went off on the tangent of these document requests that he didn't think that the timing was going to be to his satisfaction? Or did he misunderstand that it wasn't going to get looked into? I mean, what was that attitude that Hall and you established when he brought them to you? Did you say, I'll handle this, let me get on it? Did you say, I'll handle this, but it may be a year because we got all these other issues? What, not having the luxury of having this individual show up and do, everybody's kind of asking, can you give me your perception of that?
So, first of all, I have multiple conversations with all 10 regions. And so I do have good relationships with, all 10 regions. It's not like I just talked to the chairman and so forth. There doesn't go by 2 weeks, right, where I don't talk to all 10 regions. So there's good communication there. In regards to Regent Hall's interests, there has been, some real good things. His leadership on the Blended Online Task Force resulted in the Institute for Transformational Learning. he is very interested in technology transfer and commercialization. He's chairing that. Yes, he's been very interested in the Open Information Request Act, and he has, provided counsel as to how we can become more transparent in regards to letting the public know who's asking for what through websites and so forth. The areas where he has conveyed, concerns that need to be followed through. There were certainly, again, concerns about the relationship between the Law School Foundation and how law school faculty are being compensated. And you very well know that that is being followed through, not only through the initial report by Barry Burnmore, but then, ultimately to the Attorney General. So it's not like that issue is being ignored. In fact, far from it. Regent Hall did convey to me a strong concern about the law school admissions process. And, how are students being admitted into law school, and is there, undue outside influence in the admissions process? I don't know the answer to that. All I know is that when a Regent and others are beginning to question, an admissions, the integrity of the admissions process, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't take that seriously. And so that's the reason why I embarked upon an inquiry, not an investigation, an inquiry to determine is there a substance to this or not. That inquiry is not completed, so I don't have any conclusions to tell you yet. So, in that regard, you've got the good, and then you've got, hey, I've got some concerns, and we have to follow through. Now, I would say that Regent Hall has an insatiable appetite for data and, questions. We would, let's say, for example, he conveyed concerns about, for example, the procurement of a certain service at UT Austin. Was this done right? Was it not done right? Did the leadership of that university belong, appropriately to a certain corporate board or not? And so, we took that concern seriously. And so we have our chief ethics officer, who basically asked, the ethics officer together with the general counsel to the UT system to embark upon a review. Is there a problem or is there not a problem? And so review was done, and basically, there was a procurement issue that wasn't, really something that the president was, involved with or not. Basically, the review was done, and after the review was done, 100 more questions came out. So we had to expend a lot more time and energy on that. And at the end of the day, the original review stood, as it was. So that, part of this is we do our reviews by professionals, whether it's the ethics officer or whether it's the auditor or whether it's the general counsel to the board. A review, before it gets finalized, stirs up 100 more questions. And that's why you get into the sense of, it becomes disruptive at a certain point in time. But, the Regent has the right to ask for those questions, and we respond to the best of the ability that we can.
So to kind of summarize, it's legitimate to have those questions. You followed up. There's been some actual implementation of ideas and betterment to the system because of that's a legitimate role of a trustee in your mind, is to kind of goes to some questions previous today. What's your role? Keeping the ox down the road, keeping everything on task. But do you think that Regent Hall walked away from any of those discussions going, they're not taking me seriously, so I'm going to do this? Or were you clear that he was going to take off on some of his own tangents, on his own initiative? I mean, was there ever a time when he should have had reason to say, he heard me, but I really don't think he's hearing me the way I think he should, and I'm going to do this? Was there any, I'm trying to figure out why he would do, or were you aware that he was going to go ahead and take his own initiative to do those things?
You're gonna have to ask Regent Hall.
That's fine.
I don't know the answer to that.
That's very fair. I mean, I just want to know in those conversations, was it amicable, or was it?
It was always amicable.
Amicable. It was
I mean, to me, and to my staff, always
Never
amicable.
adversarial. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Kevin Alvarado.
Hi. How would you describe, and you alluded to this, you used some words earlier as unreasonable, and I don't know if you said disruptive or referring to somebody else's opinion, calling it disruptive, but Regent Hall's approach to the governance of UT Austin. Would you say it's in line with the other Board of Regents?
And what do you mean by governance of UT Austin?
Well, maybe not necessarily the governance, but just the approach that he's taken to this one particular university, the abundance of request, the interest that he has focused on this one university, the turnaround, the demanding of a quick turnaround of documents.
Well, I think we take a look at the spectrum of all requests being asked, and I think in the past 2 years have been 202 requests, not by one region, but by all 9 regions. And then you specifically take a look at Regent Hall's requests. I would say 90% are to one university, which is UT Austin. Obviously, his interests are, on issues are in that campus. I don't know whether it's unusual or not, but you just take a look at those 202 requests. It does stand out. I just don't know what past boards. I've never been privy to all the requests from previous boards, but yeah, I mean the focus has been predominantly UT Austin and the leadership of UT Austin.
Well, we had testimony earlier, I think you were in here and heard the 2 gentlemen that were on the panel that said they thought this was unreasonable, unusual. I think they even used the word disruptive, possibly. On October 1 of 2012, in a letter to the UT College presidents, you said, however, in this post-Penn State world, there can be no obstruction to inquiries and requests from members of the governing board seeking information they determine is needed to be as fully informed as possible, such that they can best meet their governance responsibilities.
I still believe that.
Okay, so in your opinion, as it relates to a region, where is the line drawn between good governance and promoting a transparent environment and encroachment and micromanagement of the university?
That in many ways is a judgment call. Basically, if it started getting to the point of unreasonableness,
Which you used that word earlier to describe.
Which would be a judgment call, right? I mean, what's unreasonable to me may be not unreasonable to you. But when it starts kind of going into that level of discomfort for me, in my opinion, as an individual, that's when I bring it before the chairman and the vice chairman of the board. And usually with discussions, and at least talking about the issues, you can get it to a better place. And so I think it ends up being judgment. It ends up being making sure that you convey your concerns. And then you utilize either the chairman and the vice chairman of the board, or if you really have to bring it to the full board for discussion. In a way, again, it's the board has to govern itself.
So at what point did you bring it to the chair and the board's attention?
It really wasn't any one point, right? I mean, because there's 200 requests out there. And, you know, many of those requests were very simple, you know, to basically respond to. There were others where I tried to ask myself, where is this going? And for what purpose? And let's talk about it.
And did you ask Regent Hall what his mission or what his reasoning for this was?
He had, again, he basically, at least in the conversation that I had with him, is that he had concerns about transparency about faculty compensation, which legitimate concern, right? I mean, is it being handled in the right way or not? You know, is compensation, you know, beyond a certain level, getting to the chancellor and to the board? I mean, that is a true governance question, and that needs to be followed through. Are there concerns about admissions? You know, if a regent raises that question, and that question is raised by others, it may be uncomfortable, but I gotta take a look at it.
What's your opinion of Chairman Foster's proposed rule changes? Do you believe that they would be beneficial to the current operation of this board?
You know, I'm an individual who lives with the philosophy of continual improvement. There's got to be a better way of doing this. And so, you know, I did speak to Chairman Foster, and I told him I was supportive, actually very supportive of, you know, his proposal. Both of, is there a better way, you know, of handling these massive requests? Can we actually break it down to its elements, right? Where you still get your question answered. If there's a concern by other regions or a chancellor, you know, we can look at this to see whether we can make this more streamlined. The chairman, Foster, you know, wants to improve the process, but also doesn't want to deny a region from asking a question. It's just, how can we get that answer in the most efficient way? I'm very supportive of a, you know, better way of handling emails. You know, in regards to, you know, if you're doing UT business, regarding to, you know, in University of Texas belongs to the citizens of Texas, and we're subject to, you know, all the laws about storage of data and storage of documents and so forth, then it sure would be a lot simpler if we had that process. And I know that Chairman Foster, you know, is promoting that. Now, all this right now is being discussed, you know, by Chairman Foster and other regions to try to get this to the right place. I think it's best practice. That's my opinion.
And I know other universities are looking at this. It's not just, you know, that the eyes of Texas are upon you, but also the eyes of stakeholders in the country. Richard, I think it's Richard Legan.
It's true, no matter what, you're the chancellor. Yeah.
Well, certainly these actions by Regent Hall they have gotten national attention. Richard D. Legan, president of the Association of Governing Boards of Universities and College, was quoted saying that the first layer of reining in an overly aggressive board member should be the board.
I agree. The board has to govern itself.
And he further went on to say that it's fine for a board member to seek information through the appropriate path. If the requests are getting out of hand, as it appears to have been in this case with Paul, the board should step in and say, Wallace, you need to dial it back a little bit.
The board has that prerogative.
Did they?
There were concerns about, how this was being asked, but was there ever a agenda item put on for a vote? The answer is no. But, the board has the prerogative.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Segura, how are you?
It's great to see you.
Nice to see you. I appreciate your comments. I mean, I appreciate you saying that you were open to email management. I mean, but I want to be fair to you. I mean, I didn't ask you that question, but it's not a suggestion. It's the law of the state. I mean, do you acknowledge that it is state law for state governmental entities to communicate with public emails, and that there's a protocol by state law for the management of that information and how it's maintained and presented to those who make requests for the information?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is, and I don't know the law the way you do, but any information that's related to the public, University of Texas, whether it's on the state agency's computer or whether it's in your own computer, once it's related to UT business or state agency business, even if it's on your own personal iPad, then it is law that if that information is requested, you have to submit it.
I think the point's being missed. It's not the device that processes the information, it's the domain that maintains it. So UT system, your regents, they don't use UT system email addresses to correspond and communicate. They don't use them with you. And you're aware of that because you're on the receiving end of those emails. Your lawyer is copied on those emails. Doesn't seem to be a problem with him either. And so if you are the conduit, if you're the only connection between the University of Texas at Austin and the University of Texas system, who's reminding the board that UT Chancellor and the Chancellor's office is conducting communications about public business on private email streams?
Well, the Chancellor's not conducting University of Texas.
That wasn't my question. But you are a party, you are copied on emails. You're replying to emails that are going to people's private email addresses.
But if I'm copied on it, that would be in the domain of the UT system server right now.
That's correct.
So as long as I'm copied on it, or I respond to it, it's captured as a UT system server.
The failure, I guess we're just not communicating. It's not the fact that it was potentially captured, it's the fact that the law's not being followed to begin with. Okay, there's a difference. The end game is not to capture the information, the end game is to follow the law. And so, when you say, well, this is a best practice, or we are interested in using state emails, well, you should be. You're a governmental entity. You're required to. It's against the law not to. And so, but in question and answer with Co-Chair Alvarado, you said that, you used the word reasonable with respect to open records requests that Regent Hall made to UT Austin. I think you said, well, when they're reasonable, they're okay. It's only when they become unreasonable. Did I hear that correctly?
I never really was talking about open information requests. I was talking about information he was requesting. Now, on the issue of, as a regent who's also a citizen, right, in the state of Texas, to do a information request, it's highly unusual. I think I've heard from other regents that they've never heard that happen. I think if I saw, at least over my 14 years in system administration, and you put a bell curve, I think that, that approach would be outside the bell curve.
When I see that UT Austin, as of June 2013, had 1,278 open records files, and 1,200 of them were Regent Hall's, do you think that's reasonable?
I think Regent Hall had 4 or 5 open information requests.
I'll state it again. UT Austin says that as of June 2013, there were 1,278 open record request files that they opened, and 1,200 of them belong to Regent Hall.
I think that's wrong.
Do you think UT's wrong, or do you think Regent Hall is wrong?
The facts as I understand it is that's wrong.
Okay, well, let me just give you the facts. If those were the facts, are those reasonable or unreasonable?
Now, I think if a region asks for 1,200 open information requests, then you would do that as a citizen. I would say that that's unbelievably unusual.
Now, would it be usual or unusual in just one open record file alone constitute production that requires its contents to be placed in 40 boxes? One request or one file?
Yeah, because it was really looking at data over a 2-year period.
And so that's just one of the 1,278. Oh, excuse me, one of the 1,200, I apologize. And so, and what strikes me is another subject matter you entered into, responding with Chair Alvarado, was about the idea, well, the role of governance. I mean, he's very concerned about the governance of the UT Law School Foundation, the way it maintained its compensation structures with its professors, the dean being involved, and having a self-benefiting situation. And we too want our regents to be exercising that sort of due diligence. But in this particular instance, there was a regent action that resulted in an inquiry or a file being opened by your former general counsel, Gary Bergdorf, who issued a report that was adopted by regents in a regent meeting. And so that appeared to not be enough. And so from that point, from the point that the board took official board action based on work product that the board authorized to be commissioned and conducted, after that juncture, help me understand the rationale, the justification for one regent, not 9 or 10, for one regent to say, well, that's not good enough, I'm not satisfied, I'm going to do my own. Help me understand that.
Yeah, so let me try to explain it to the best of my abilities, is that General Counsel Bergdorf did the original report on the association or the relationship between the law school and the UT Law School Foundation. One of the things that happened is that there were several regents who developed some strong concerns because the General Counsel to the board conveyed to General Counsel Bergdorf not to go to a UT Law School Foundation meeting while this report was still in draft form. And feedback, whether it's true or not, the feedback was that the General Counsel conveyed the conclusions of the report to the foundation before the conclusions were given to the board. And that kind of came after the fact. I did speak to General Counsel Bergdorf, and he adamantly denied that. But it raised a question. Second is that there was an anonymous complaint drafted in March of 2011, I believe, that came to me regarding really the first anonymous complaint, that spoke about this non-transparent compensation. And that document was not in the report, in the Barrett Bergdorf report. And then also, it didn't adequately answer who knew what and when. So
that's all fair.
Right.
But tell me where the board then said.
So then the audit committee of the Board of Regents, brought in, a variety of individuals, including President Powers and the provost and others, to talk about this, to get a better understanding of this. And then, basically, this went to the full board. because there were still questions that were unanswered. Several regions thought, it was more than Regent Hall, it was, several regions said, there aren't enough, we still have some questions, additional questions. So actually, it went for a vote. The full board actually, voted to set the Bergdorf report aside and then to ask for an external, an external investigation, external review of this. And so that actually did take board action, and there was a vote on that. And if I recall correctly, it was a split vote with the chairman, I believe. Yeah, the chairman actually had to pitch in, had to actually vote on that one because it was a split vote. And then that one was resulted in looking for an outside investigator, which ultimately ended up being the Attorney General to do it. So it wasn't one regent in asking for, that actually ended up taking board action. And it was a split decision.
Well, thank you for that. I apologize. I'm thinking about this based on the level of email communication that seems to suggest that there may be a regent who was more passionate about this issue than others, or at least so passionate enough to put his thoughts into an email.
There were several.
Now, it goes to the AG's office. The AG essentially validates the Bergdorf report, makes some minor changes. Is that your understanding?
That was the the original report, and that was before these additional questions surfaced. And these additional questions surfaced, the board felt that another review needed to be done. They took board action, and the Attorney General agreed to do that investigation. And that investigation is ongoing.
And so and we're still waiting for the results of that investigation.
Yes, sir.
At the Regent meeting last week, you said, in this context we're talking about, in the decision to continue with President Powers at UT Austin, you said that I'm hopeful that this strained relationship can be improved. It's my recommendation as Chancellor that Powers should continue his appointment as President of the University of Texas at Austin. I believe it's in the best interest of the university. And further, you say this continuation of appointment, however, would require good citizenship, respect for one another, commitment to rebuilding trust among us, cooperation with the UT system, as well as system-wide initiatives. And just because I think sometimes it takes two to tango, what is your view and characterization of any regent that may be part of the misalignment with President Powers or at a regent level versus the campus level?
I think all of us need to, we've been through a very stressful time. I'm not going to deny that. And there's been emotions on all sides. I've got a big long fuse, but I even get upset every now and then, not often. But it does happen. And, I convey to the public, which is true, is that, my relationship, with Bill, over time became strained on certain issues. I was, and this happens, but we work through it. But, I really got disappointed, on a certain issue where there were statements made that were compromising excellence. And I felt differently because we, gave $105 million for the engineering building, and we gave $25 million a year in perpetuity for the Dell School of Medicine. And it was my strong opinion that, if UT Austin is going to become America's #1 public university, that this engineering school, this School of Medicine, actually, the money that the board invested actually is an investment in excellence. And, you know, there was misalignment of message. And that got me, you know, upset over time. Now, there's also been misalignment of message among our own regions, right? And even among us. And so, to me, good citizenship, I stated that because we're one family. We've got to get to higher ground. We've got to get this behind us. Now, you know, I did make the recommendation to continue President Power's appointment as president. And I did that because, I mean, just look at the record number of philanthropy that's occurring. I mean, I've got a confidence level that UT Austin, through Bill's leadership, through his alumni, through his development board, through the staff, is going to get to the $3 billion goal, you know, by the end of August. You take a look at, he was the first president who said, I agree with you that a 53% four-year graduation rate is not right. You know, we're going to go for 70% over the next 5 years. It doesn't happen overnight, and I understand that. But he put his neck on the line on that. I respect that. He, you know, has embarked upon, you know, what I believe is a significant cost-cutting strategy. Because we all know that traditional revenue streams, you know, are what they used to be, and we all know that, you know, I and the board have been trying to keep costs down for students. So it's just kind of like out there, trying to do more with less. Now, and then you take a look at the tremendous support that this president has, from his alumni, from his students, faculty. I mean, I've listened to all that. So I put that here. I also say, look, you know, we've had our problems. I would say, you know, conduct hasn't been, you know, to the standard that I'm used to, in a sense. But, you know, that does take two to tango, right? And so I had a very important meeting with President Powers about 10 days ago. And actually, even since August, President Powers has extended his arm out. The relationship is healing. There's still strain, but it's healing. And he pledged to me that, you know, we're going to get this to a better place. So,
and I guess what I was trying to get at is when I read the statement, and if I didn't know anything, say I was just from out of town visiting, and I read that in the paper, I'd say, man, those Regent sure cut them a break. And I'm trying to, the evaluation of the Regent behavior, while I realize it's not your role, but I am asking you as an observer, as a participant, as somebody who has had the occasion to engage on both sides of the equation, both with President Powers and with the Board of Regents. You know the cast of characters involved. I'm asking you to evaluate the Regent behavior in terms of looking at the standard that you've established for President Powers. I want to know what the standard is for the board, in your view.
the standard of the board by itself, or I have a hard time understanding that one.
I guess what I'm saying is that you've laid out a pretty good path for President Powers. You've just articulated it, you know, without notes. But you've set some benchmarks. You've said, you know, it's going to require improving the relationship. It's going to require you to be a good citizen. It's going to be required you to keep your commitments. And so I'm asking you, as somebody who is in the center of all this, I'm asking you for an evaluation of Regent behavior, whether collectively, individually.
I get where you're going now. Well, first of all, I'm pleased that the board as a whole, again, we're talking about the board as an entity, followed the recommendation of the Chancellor. I mean, ultimately, the board hires and the Chancellor fires. And I gave my best recommendation, and to the board, you know, basically, you know, agreed to my recommendation. And if you heard Chairman Foster at the end of the meeting, who the again, the chair sets the tone in many ways. He said, I support President Powers. I am very, it is a great, prestige to the state for him to serve as the chair of the AAU. And this is a step to putting this controversy behind us. Now, to me, that was a very important statement by the board, by the chairman. I think Chairman Foster's outreach about how can we do better in regards to information requests, how can we utilize the offices of the system better to get this done so we can decrease burdens on the campuses. These are very positive steps. And just the way, my relationship with Bill and Bill's relationship to mine needs to heal. And it is. I'm a doctor, I can tell it's healing. I think that we are on the precipice of this board beginning to heal. It's been through a rough time. And after all, at the end of the day, that's what we want for Texas. We want this controversy to subside. We want the substantive issues that need to be followed through because the state of Texas deserves that. We want our governing board to be as aligned as possible. We cherish debate and constructive debate, but once the decision is made, after everybody's voice is heard, we support the decision and we move on. I've got a confidence level right now that we are getting there. And I think this last week's, I'm sorry to be talking so much, but I'm a little passionate about this, is I think last week was an important turning point. And you know what? I remain extremely proud to be Chancellor of the University of Texas System, even though we've been through a tough time.
Well, we're glad you're there, and I appreciate you helping me look down the road. I want to look in the rearview mirror. I want to analyze, I want to assess, I want to look at the standard, I want to set the standard, and then I want to go measure other institutions and agencies and governing authorities the same way. As you know, some of the things that are beginning to subside at UT are beginning to sort of begin anew, just, to that school that's in the SEC.
School it is.
Oh, is it? Yeah, but hold on. So fact, and you have laid some standards, some building blocks. The president of the University of Texas at Austin, and a lot of these things, President Powers, even on his best day, cannot fully control all by himself. And so I want you, as the person who's the center of the controversy, center of the storm, captain of the ship, if you will, or somebody who's willing to assume command, the mediator, if you will, the diplomat, whatever descriptive you want. You're in the middle of this, and so I won't let you out of this question. I'll ask it 10 times. I want you to tell me, in evaluating the behavior of the regents, either collectively as a governing body, individually as an individual regent, knowing everything you know, all the briefings you've had, the layers of lawyers around you giving you advice, and I want you to tell me, I want you to tell me some benchmarks that what a regent or a group of regents needs to establish for themselves, and tell us so that we know, because I think you've heard the co-chairman say that at least it's his view, to maintain a very close and cozy relationship with the University of Texas System. And so, let me hear from you some metrics. We're not going to hear, unfortunately, from any regent, and the only regent we've heard from are former regents who've laid out some very impressive standards.
So I'll try my best.
We have all day, so it's okay. We'll go slow.
Okay. Well, first of all, a governing board, especially for a university and a system of higher education, needs to put the good of the University of Texas or any other university first and foremost, front and center, and especially ahead of any person's personal interest. I mean, that is a start. Second is that, good governance Even though there may be a split board on certain issues, ought to be able to find consensus. And then when a decision is made on that consensus, you put the issue to rest and you move on. Don't rekindle a problem such as it's a persistent problem that keeps on recurring. A decision was made, it was well vetted, all right, it was a 5-4 vote, it was still a majority vote, we're going to move on. I think best practice is that if there is a split board on multiple issues, and it's splintering the board in so many directions, then maybe they have to kind of go off on a retreat, get a mediator, something to kind of get this board back to where it needs to be, whether it's this board or another board. I also think that their responsibility is they have to trust their CEO. Now, if you don't trust the CEO, change the CEO. If the CEO doesn't, can't get along with the president, but there's a compelling reason, well, let's deal with it. But if there's an issue where a regent or a group of regents thinking that the chancellor's not taking things seriously, the board's got the authority to change the chancellor. I mean, let's not drag it out. And so, these are one thing that I've learned both in medicine and now as 14 years as administrator is put the issue to rest, make a decision, trust your leadership team. If you don't trust your leadership team, change your leadership team. And I can live with that.
So, I appreciate that, and in that respect, so in terms of both sides putting their best foot forward, and what would be your advice to any regent who has a pending open records request asking for a component institution's president to produce their private vacation travel schedule?
I don't agree with having to get information on someone's private personal life.
So if you're the CEO and you say, let the CEO do the CEO's job, and if it's not for a public purpose, then
they should listen to their CEO.
Right. And so, being very specific now, so open records request as it pertains to President Powers to produce his vacation travel schedule, you think is inappropriate?
He did that outside the system. He did it through an open information request. Is my understanding that is, as a citizen, you can ask for anything you want, but within the UT system and as a regent, and we ought to be following best practices. I would not want my personal life or my personal travel being intruded upon.
So I noticed the sort of dual response. I mean, well, we're all citizens. I'm a citizen too. I've made open records requests to the University of Texas system. As a lawmaker, I haven't gone home and typed a letter on my personal stationery through my lawyers to make open records requests. I don't understand why a regent would feel compelled to do that. Is it for the purpose, like you state, to say, well, look, I'm not doing this as a regent, I'm just doing this as a taxpayer? Is that the rationale?
Sir, I really don't know. That one you're going to have to ask Regent Hall.
Unfortunately, he stood me up today, so I'm going to ask you.
I wish I could answer that. I just don't know the answer to it.
But because I valued your response, I mean, so but what if that request for personal travel was made as a board request? Like in this instance, I believe that it was made as a request of the board of regents, and not as a citizen.
I don't think it's appropriate.
And so if Wallace Hall was listening to us today, You have no problem?
I think if you were on personal travel, so let's say I, as Chancellor of the University of Texas System, decide to go on vacation to Wyoming to go fly fishing. I love to fish. So, and that vacation was paid for by someone else, then that is a problem. Personally thinking, in the sense that I took a gift. And if I took a gift, you know, even personally, while I'm Chancellor of the University of Texas System, I have to disclose that.
So, if you think it's inappropriate, you're the CEO, these region rules tell me that these requests go through you or your EVP, aren't you in a position to withdraw? And aren't you in a position to use your independent judgment as Chancellor, say, we're not going to send that on to the campus? Because it's pending right now.
Yeah, I expressed my concerns, conveyed that to the General Counsel, to the Board.
Are you willing to do that right now?
Well, actually, 2 days ago, the Executive Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs conveyed to me that getting private travel he doesn't feel comfortable for that, and I'm going to stand by it.
Okay, so are you advising this committee that as of 2 days ago that request that's being made at the University of Texas for personal travel of President Powers does not need to be complied with, and that the Attorney General's office does not have to spend any more time?
I will make that recommendation as long as that personal travel wasn't, we would need affirmation that personal travel wasn't linked to that vacation or personal travel being kept.
Okay, that's fine. I have some other areas, but I recognize I've had a lot of microphone time. I'm happy to yield back, and I'll pick up.
Go ahead, Mr. Carson.
Just to go back to my alma mater. What happened over the last 30 days, the governor got involved in the selection of a president of the College Station campus. An article that was written in October this year disclosed that in 2011, the governor, chief of staff indicated after being asked why he was harassing the president of the UT campus in Austin, and the response was, because we can. And there was an indication there was 4 regents that had the same disposition, that after the 7 points of higher education reform that were conveyed in an open forum, that apparently President Powers indicated that he was disinterested in pursuing that he had his own approaches and was going to stay on course. So I would just like to have your perspective about the governor's involvement at the regent level and him trying to direct the UT system following the reforms that him and some other folks that have been advocating for these reforms throughout the state, not just the UT system, but within the A&M system as well.
Yeah, first of all, I wasn't privy to those conversations, wasn't part of it. Seems like Chairman Cavan was a part of those conversations in the past where the governor made suggestions. The governor has never called me to give direction on that. The way we handled it is we established a framework for advancing excellence, which had 9 overarching goals with multiple objectives. Some of the goals and objectives there, there were some good things out of those solutions, reforms, whatever you call them, that would get incorporated. There were many things in the Commission 125 that was a pathway for UT Austin that they got incorporated into the framework. So the way we managed it is I became proactive, established a framework, got the board as a whole to approve it. In fact, passed unanimously. And then that framework actually was crafted through input of the presidents, and so now we had alignment for the board, system administration, of the presidents. So the way we managed it was through establishing a framework for advancing excellence, which was in itself it's always strategic planning.
Which had some of the elements of the 7 points that the governor was advocating for.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah, some of that.
You know, where it made sense for the University of Texas system.
But there's a lot of speculation and conventional wisdom throughout the state that the genesis of all of this has to do with the president at the UT Austin campus was reluctant to take direct orders from folks on the board of regents without having the full board voting on it and the governor. And they were pursuing that, and that's why we're in this firestorm right now, is because there was an active approach to remove the president, and it was for the academic reasons. And then we heard earlier this year it was because they didn't like the football coach that you had, and that he'd be removed by the end of the year, is what he stated. And so if you just cut through all of it, you know, the bottom line is, I think that you had a disciplined man that had a lot of conviction that wasn't going to basically flex because of political pressure. And now this has created a lot of the stuff that we're going through right now. And I mean, that's my perspective. I just, you know, the 4 board members, that there was some resistance because there's a number of accounts about those 4 board members indicating interest in pursuing the reforms that are being advocated. And and those 4 board members also have created a laser on the UT president, and it's indicated by words and deeds. And I think that's unfortunate. We're focused on one, but there are other folks that are that have been just as belligerent as Regent Hall has been, and you've been right in the middle of it. So I hope that you're right in your speculation that we're going to move out of this cloud and that the future looks better. If they continue to have that same disposition, I don't know how we're going to do that.
Remember, we're going to stand at ease for a minute, let the have a little bit of run by. Take about 3-5 minutes, and then we've got a few more questions for you.
Sure does sound like it.
Oh, yeah.
Right down the road. Okay, oh, okay. That was what I was worried about.
Yeah, she's working on this.
Everybody in Brandon's from A&M. Yeah, I know, you're right there.
Anyway, I appreciate your comments all the way.
Hi, Senator. How you doing today? Good to see you. Oh, I don't want to hurt you. Okay, is this from beating on the staff? Yeah. Didn't like him? Yeah. Anything we can do for you, ma'am? Okay. Hi, David Orlando. Chairman Flint. Oh, no. We've had fun. We've ridden on helicopters together in the middle of nowhere. That's the one we left Michael on the runway. Remember that day?
Did you remember this?
What?
Michael was escorted me on this helicopter trip with Senator who wrote at PBS. He decides to take a picture of me going up the helicopter so he gets left behind.
The helicopter left, and nobody knew. He's on the runway taking pictures, and we're like, shouldn't he there? And the helicopter pilot says, oh, just keep going. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know until I got there.
Thanks for all your help on the transparency legislation. Appreciate it all. Your staff is really good to work with.
I think it's a good bill.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, and Senator Ellis helped us on the other one too. So, and I don't know if you guys posted about it, but it's the most sweeping transparency legislation so far in the United States in terms of requiring the bureaucracy. So maybe we can build on some more with all this fun and exciting stuff happening. Where does
Oversight.
Well, if we can do it, we're here for you. We're happy to do anything we can.
Glad if it goes to yours, it could go to
Well, you passed SB 15, right, which was the Regent, the one the new Regent standard. Yeah, but I think we need to revisit that. Look at it, and figure out, because we'll be a new governor by the next time we come around.
original Regent's bill today.
No, you're right.
You can see his wheels turning. You know, it's just gonna all come out.
How are you?
had 3 friends who were up That is my
Still Wilson's house?
Where's the head of tech dot now? He's been our place back then. I know, that's, I knocked her down right over
I could see why I didn't want to get out of Texas.
But out of the frying pan into the fire, or vice versa, whatever. See you later, thanks.
Let me get one more person. We have a four.
I think.
As soon as I get one more, we'll start. We get paid by the hour.
Yeah, because they were talking about
Yeah, I'm trying to think one.
Yeah, I can read my code. Okay, me too. I left the phone on the charger. So.
Okay, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and move out to the other forum here. I think let's take a track what you have, but I would like to ask you. You said that you had started a process to review the admittance standards.
Okay, so
Where are you in that process?
well, two things. Number one is we did embark upon an inquiry in that process. That inquiry is still in process.
Where are we?
Not yet complete. It's probably in the last
50%.
phase.
Okay, last
75%.
And so they've been working on it, what, for a couple of weeks?
Now, the other thing I did is, it was interesting as I looked into the history of the UT system office over the past 10 years. I called the Executive Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and I said, Dr. Reyes, when was the last time we brought all the deans of admissions together? And to ask what processes we're following, what's working, what you're concerned about. Is it possible to develop, from if we learn from each other,
Right.
both undergraduate students, graduate students, professional students being doctors, lawyers, so forth. Wouldn't it be a good idea to actually develop a white paper on best practices that we can then share with each other? And so we have now, the deans of admissions are now meeting, and their charge is to give me a report on best practices.
When do you anticipate you receive something like that?
I don't know the answer to that yet. I've got to follow up with Dr. Reyes. I've got other things on my mind.
It would be pretty important to have.
Yeah, I was, the charge was within a 8-month period, so they're working on it.
You want to, okay. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Chancellor I guess you sat through the testimony we heard from the former regents earlier this afternoon. And
Yes, sir.
I know there's some subjectivity to this question, so I understand that your answer may be different from theirs. However, I'm just curious what you think in terms of the appropriateness with respect to the volume of requests that have been made, whether it's 200 or 1,200. We've heard different numbers earlier today about that, but in your estimation, regardless, do you have an opinion about whether or not the number and volume of requests were reasonable, or whether it was excessive? I'm just curious about your opinion.
So just trying to analyze it scientifically, you look at a bell curve, or you look at a scatter plot, and the number of requests by Reed Hall will fall way outside the norm.
Would you agree?
So yes, I think based on just over time taking a look at it, yeah, it's been an excessive number of requests. That's the reason why Chairman Foster is trying to put together a process by which we can become more efficient, we break it down to the elements, such that we target the questions in the most specific way to answer the question.
I appreciate that. I think that's a good idea. And I'm going to ask President Powers the same question, but I wanted to ask you if you're in a position to estimate the cost to the university, either monetary or non-monetary, throughout this process.
Well, there's been a physical cost in regards to time and effort. There's been an emotional cost. As I stated, it's lowered morale. The fiscal cost, we can get that answer for you. I haven't really translated it into dollars per hour.
Well, have you taken a look at it at all?
I haven't, but I'll tell you that it'll be a large number.
Can you give me a range, an estimate?
No. I'll just know it's been a costly endeavor. I could get the business person to try to translate it into a dollar amount.
I would love to have that information for you, not going into our entire committee.
Yeah, we'll get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
It's been pretty expensive for this committee also. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chancellor Cielo, you were responding to Co-Chairman Flynn about this Admissions Review Council. You're a member of this endeavor as well. Are you participating directly in the development and the discussion of this admissions review?
It's not a council. It's really bringing together the admissions officers of the undergraduate studies as one group, another group for graduate studies, and a third group for professional schools. I want to hear from them. The charge to them was, back as to what are best practices in your opinion? What challenges have you been experiencing? How do you actually accommodate letters of recommendation that come from individuals who don't directly know the student that well? How do you accommodate for that? How do you actually, what is your admissions committee like? I can speak for the admissions committee of medical schools. It's 16, 20 people. So I'm trying to learn as much as I can as Chancellor, such that perhaps we can establish best practices for our campuses to follow, and that's the objective.
Now, is Dan Sharphorn part of that mission?
No. Basically, the EVC for Academic Affairs, Pedro Reyes, and then Wanda Mercer, who is the Associate Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, basically participate in those meetings. And really, my role was to give the charge and then to let them know I'm expecting a paper for best practices. I actually think, I was actually surprised that really in a 10-year period, this type of review hasn't been done.
Well, it's interesting that Dan Sharphorn is not part of the discussion. It appears, from my view, that on October 31st of this year, Mr. Sharphorn had represented that he was meeting with you at 1 o'clock that day to discuss admissions review. And then there was a discussion about a number of things. But then it was characterized that I'm assuming he is in Sharphorn, it says, but he still was being asked about specific data on Ryan Pitts and whether he retook the LSAT. So I want to know if Dan Sharphorn met with you at 1 o'clock on October 31st, 2013, and it's characterized that the topic of your conversation with him or your meeting with him was to talk about admissions review. I want to know in what part of that were they specific students?
Two separate issues. So the review process of best practices across the system is being handled by Academic Affairs. That's what are the best practices out there? That's one charge that I gave. The second aspect of this is, all right, we have a concern from the Regent and some others that there's some, outside influences on the admissions process of, certain students. And so that is an inquiry that we've embarked upon, and the inquiry is led by Dan Sharphorn as General Counsel to the Board, and also Wanda Mercer, who is the EVC for Academic Affairs. So they're involved in that inquiry. So two separate issues.
Well, I thought Dan Sharphorn was the General Counsel to the system. Francine Frederick.
Correct. I'm sorry, I misspoke. To the system.
So why is Dan doing Francine Frederick's job if the inquiry's from the Regent?
No. The inquiry was for me. I asked for the inquiry.
Okay.
So Dan, I gave the charge to Dan to say, look, we have a Regent who's concerned about this. We have other individuals who are concerned about this. I've got to follow this through. Let's embark upon this inquiry. So that was my decision.
Well, tell me, in you making that decision, because the Regent has a concern, and now you've said, well, a Regent, now you've said several Regents. What Regent meeting was this discussed, and at what point was the directive given, and if so, by whom, and if there was a vote, what was the vote?
This did not require board action. This is basically a concern by a Regent. Basically, I personally saw an email that stated, from the Dean of the Law School to, a assistant to the President's office saying, look, great student, really great student, substantial barrier for admission is LSAT. In order for the student to be admitted, needs to repeat the LSAT score, or go to the law school, do well, maybe do one, transfers up to.
Here's what I'm.
So that, on top of other issues, said, we gotta look into this.
Right, well, here's what I'm looking at, okay? What I'm looking at is on October 22nd, Jim Pitts came to this committee and testified and talked about his son. 9 days later, your lawyer is talking to UT Austin lawyers saying, we want specific information on Ryan Pitts. And so I guess what I'm trying to figure out is why are we still discussing Ryan Pitts?
I'm not discussing an individual. I'm discussing, let's take a look at, this is not just a study on one person. This is a study of, all right, we've got this group of students, we've got Group A, they've had basically letters of recommendation from, outside their universities, and we've got this group over here. Is there, statistically, can we define, is there, a external influence in the admissions of students, right? I mean, we're trying to do a statistical study, not just on one person.
And I guess, what it gets me is that we're getting to the specific, give me some FERPA information. And I guess the defined educational purpose this time is review admissions. So, whereas there was sort of a dispute as to whether there was a genuine, legitimate educational interest when original documents were produced to the UT system so that they can be inspected by UT system officials and potentially regions. Now it seems as if FERPA information is being requested, and I guess it's being done in the guise of doing a admissions review. But you're telling me they're two different issues. So
Well, yeah, I'm being proactive, and then I'm also being reactive. The proactive side of this equation is, when was the last time we reviewed as a system best practices in admissions, and not just specific to professional schools, undergraduate studies, graduate students, professionals. That's what Dr. Reyes and Martin Lewis are doing. That's the proactive approach. The reactive approach is, I've got concerns by regions and several entities that there are external influences involved in the admissions of students. All right, let's take a look at that. That is something that came to my desk as Chancellor of the University of Texas System. The integrity of the admissions process at any university, whether it be UT Austin, Southwestern Medical School, UT Permian Basin, if there's questions about the integrity of an admissions process, this Chancellor is going to look at it. I'm looking at it. I think from a Chancellor's perspective, this was I asked Dan to do it, a Regent didn't ask me to do it. If I didn't do it, I ignored it. I think that could be, appropriately really criticized. So I'm looking at it, and to me, there's an educational benefit for me to take a look at it to make sure that our admissions, that the integrity of the admissions process is sound.
And I guess, from my side of the table, what I see is, we've obviously have been looking with considerable interest into how Regent Hall knew so much about certain individuals and how he could have ascertained that by means other than looking at information that's protected by FERPA, and moreover, what he did with the information once he received it, and should he have received it to begin with. So we see that, and then I guess 9 days after a member of the legislature testifies about his son, makes a statement that his son retook an LSAT test. 9 days later, you are accommodating a request to go confirm whether or not he retook the LSAT. And so it almost falls into the neighborhood of, are we going again, is it personal travel for the president? Is it whether or not a specific lawmaker's son actually retook the test because his father said that he did when he testified? I mean, it seems a little personal.
Yeah, we're going to respectfully disagree on this one, in the sense that, yeah, there is an issue of that one student, but I'm not looking at, the issue of one student. I'm looking at a cohort of students. I'm looking at, is there a statistical significance here that there's outside? I'm looking at the process, and is there, in a cohort of students, a external influence in the business systems or not. So I'm looking at it that way. I'm not looking at it, is this a problem with this person? I'm looking at this as a holistic review.
Well, and I agree with you holistically. I mean, we don't have to disagree. I mean, I think we should have admission standards. I believe we should have white papers and processes, and I believe we should, do everything that you're striving to do. But when it gets down to what is the correlative value of, people getting in based on the notion that they retook an else, I guess I don't see, I don't see this as, being part of the mission, if you will, unless you're just telling me that this is just a separate instance and just bundle. There's an email about admissions policy, right? So this is the topic of the email. I'm not blending the conversation. Dan Sharpfarm blended the conversation. Quite frankly, he and I have had a conversation about his writing abilities because it's his memo that we'll talk about in a minute that, seemed to open the floodgate for original documents to move from one campus to the system. And so we'll have a discussion about that. But it's his characterization that is talking about meeting with you to talk about admissions review, and while we're on the subject, not global, not 10,000 feet, tell me about this specific applicant. Let me ask you a FERPA question. When we've been walking on FERPA eggshells for an entire interim now, trying to understand this issue, and it just doesn't settle well when you read this. I'm glad you provided the context, but I still don't understand the rationale and don't know who pushes back. I mean, who's the person that would tell the Regent, well, I'm sorry, Regent, I know you want this information on this particular file, but we're in the middle of this legislative, problem here. We don't want to create more problems we already have. We should just manage the storm, and I'm not going to, we'll get into this later. Who tells the Regent, who exercises the judgment to tell the Regent that they're going to honor a request, or are they just all honored because the Regent makes the request?
I provide the best advice. Ultimately, it's also a discussion with me and the chairman. But kind of going back to the issue that we're talking about is, I had a legitimate concern by a Regent on an admissions issue. Is that an isolated event, or is that more than an isolated event? I, as Chancellor, do not need board approval, to do an inquiry. But as any good Chancellor would do, you would inform your chairman and your EBC, your Vice Chair of Academic Affairs, that we are going to look into this. We are looking into it because I want to be absolutely certain that we're following best admissions practices. That's where I'm at.
And I guess I fail to see by just looking at one person, you could make system-wide policy. And so
I haven't made any system-wide policy.
Well, you're articulating and you're formulating, and you have you've issued a directive to look at some processes and to establish some best practices.
I think it's healthy to look at best practices.
So aggregate data, I would spot you that. I mean, when you're looking at aggregate data, of course, admissions year over year, gender, ethnicity, urban, rural, all those fair points, but there's a very specific question about a very specific applicant, and the very specific question to the specific applicant is whether this individual actually retook a test.
I don't know whether he retook it or not.
I don't know either, and I don't know what is the compelling regental interest to know whether or not someone retook a test.
The regental interest is the admissions process, is the integrity of the admissions process present or not? This carried out beyond one region. It's carried out into the public. There are question marks about, is the integrity of the admissions process intact? So it's outside the boardroom. It caught my attention. I made the decision as Chancellor to say we have to take a look at this.
So if a Regent wants to know my LSAT score, I went to UT. The Regent wants to know what my LSAT score was or how many times I took the LSAT, you'd honor that request?
I think it's an unrelated issue.
I didn't ask you that. Would you honor the request?
Right now, that if somebody wants to know your LSAT, I would ask them to ask you for the LSAT score.
Why didn't you ask this Regent to ask Rep. Pitts?
Because To me, it was not about just a person, it was about the integrity of the admissions process.
This email is about a person. If you want to read it, I'll give it to you. It's right here. It's not about a process.
I'd be happy to read it.
If you need convincing.
Okay, well, this really basically talks about he said that he was going to the meeting today at 1 p.m. to me about the admissions review, and that he would talk with him about the de-identified data that we have provided on the potential 70 undergraduate applicants and the 16 law school applicants. That he still was being asked about specific data on Ryan Pitts, whether he retook the LSAT, and if so, whether he received a higher score the second time.
Well, and my question is Wallace Hall asking that question to you?
There was an email from the dean of the law school, Larry Sager, to Nancy Brass, regarding the students. I talked about this, regarding the students, whether that in order for the student to get in, this student would have to retake the LSAT and substantially improve that LSAT score, or go to another school and do it. We don't know what happened.
I guess what I'm asking you is,
It's part of the review.
you're telling me that there's Regent interest. You want to know the answer to that question. I'm asking you, is that Regent Wallace Hall? Is he the one asking you to find out whether Ryan Pitts retook his LSAT?
He's asked that question.
And then is that the question that Dan Sharpland then carries over?
He asked that question, and I also, basically, as Chancellor said, look, we're looking into this. This is what the dean of the law school said, that is required. Did you take the LSAT score?
So 9 days after Jim Pitts comes to this committee and testifies and admits that he helped his son. I mean, it's not news. We're not covering up for Jim Pitts. He admits it. 9 days after he testifies, a regent, I'm assuming, from that day to the 31st of October, with that span of 9 days, it gets to your desk.
This review started in August.
How'd the review start?
The inquiry started in August, related, to the email that Larry Sager sent to Nancy Brazel, which basically raised a question.
Is this the same email? Is this the same email that Barry McBee emails Nancy Brazel and says, "We're meeting with the chairman of appropriations. What's the status of the same?" Is that the same email we're talking about? And then that's forwarded to Larry Sager.
It's a separate email.
That's a separate. But you do acknowledge that there is an email where Barry McBee is asking the status of Representative Pitts' son's application.
I don't know whether it was Barry McBee or not, but I do know that there was an email with similar content. I just don't understand it.
No, Barry McBee did ask that question, but that bothered you?
It wouldn't necessarily bother me at all, in the sense that, we're going to be meeting with this person, he's applying, and, if it comes up, we'll say, yeah, basically, the student is being evaluated, and we don't know the outcome. Maybe if he got admitted already, but
It just humors me because there's a lot of attention about an email from Nancy Brazel to Larry Sager about the status of Ryan Pitts, but there is no mention of communications between Barry McBee to Nancy Brazel saying, what's the status of the admission of started the chain of events. And so it's
I don't know
almost,
whether it started the chain of events or not.
well, it's on the same thread. So nevertheless, okay, so we're clear on this record that on October 31st, 2013, when Dan Sharphorn is characterized as still wanting to know specific information with regard to Ryan Pitts taking an LSAT again, that is consistent with a question or an inquiry that Regent Hall has posed to you in
No,
terms of finding out.
we are clear that the inquiry of which I saw this email was in the summer, and that therefore the inquiry started in August, not October. So way before.
But the interest, the regental interest, whether it be August or October, with regard to Ryan Pitts, was Regent Hall.
Yes.
Thank you. Turning to the office of the governor. The governor ever asked you about terminating Bill Powers?
Never.
Did you ever make any representations to the governor regarding Bill Powers' status as president of UT?
Nope.
How about his staff?
I was not involved with any of those conversations.
Have you ever had any conversations with any regent about terminating Bill Powers?
Regents would come to me and say, you know, I have these strong concerns. This relationship is not good. You know, we feel that, you know, you saw an email from Regent Hall, you know, talking about termination. Now, everyone can, and every regent has the right to convey their opinion to the chancellor. Now, the regents honored the regents' rules. And the rule is that there's a process for a termination of a president. And the process is that the executive vice chancellor for academic affairs makes a recommendation to the chancellor regarding a termination of a president. The chancellor has to concur with that recommendation. If the chancellor concurs with that recommendation, then the chancellor brings it up before the full board. Then the board either agrees with the chancellor's recommendation or disagrees. They honored the regents' rules to say that it is your decision as chancellor to recommend the termination of the president or not. A week ago, I made that determination. And I said, no. We will continue the appointment of President Powers because I believe that is in the best interest of the University of Texas at Austin. And they honored that process, and I'm very proud that they did.
Thank you for that. On October 23rd, 2013, Barry Bergdorf testified in this committee. And I want to read you from the transcript what his response was to a question as to what led to his resignation. And it says that the first week in January of this year, the Chancellor met with me and told me that Regent Hall was unhappy with me and that the regents who were aligned with him were unhappy with me, and they were going to make my life difficult, and when new appointments came on, who knows, they might have a majority to, they might have a majority to, actually at that point fire me. And so, is his characterization of y'all's conversation, is it accurate, or would you like to?
Yeah, I'd like to expand on that.
Sure, please.
So, as I conveyed to you, first of all, let me just convey to you that I found Barry Bergdorf as an outstanding general counsel and was involved with many complex issues at UT, whether it be UBIT, whether it be acquiring the Cancer Therapy Research Center as an asset acquisition for UTL Science Center, saving lives, whether it's just a myriad of issues. So I had a long relationship with Mr. Bergdorf. He carried on with, he embarked upon the review of the UT Austin relationship with the Law School Foundation. Where problems began to develop was when basically the chairman of the board, through Francie Frederick, who's the general counsel of the board, directed Barry not to go to a meeting in Houston related to the Law School Foundation, because he was in the middle of this investigation. And it was felt prudent that it would not be wise to go talk to the Law School Foundation or to be a part of that meeting at a time that he's investigating this relationship. So he was given that message by the general counsel to the board. And it was learned that in fact he went to that meeting. And again, Barry adamantly denies it to me that he conveyed the conclusions of the report during that meeting, but feedback got back to certain regions, in fact, that he did, all right? It's a he said, she said thing. I don't know. I mean, he did tell me he did not disclose that. Well, that ended up resulting in a lack of trust by certain regions to my general counsel to the system, who's integrally involved with many important decisions with the board. And in fact, I heard from various regions on that. And it was painful because of my admiration for Barry. But the fact is that Barry lost confidence from certain regions, and that is a key member of my team who's got to have the confidence of the board because of the executive session and so forth. So, Barry, again, is a great lawyer, also a good friend of mine. I said, look, Barry, here's the landscape. You've lost the trust in certain regions. If you were my brother, I would do the same. I would tell you that, the horizon looks pretty tough for you. I'm not sure we can rehabilitate this. And Barry was already looking for other jobs. I said, Barry, I think you ought to take advantage of that. And in fact, Barry did. He got a great job. And, hopefully to this day we remain good friends. But, if someone came to me to say, Chancellor, you've got 4 or 5 members of the board who've kind of lost trust with you, I want to know that. And so, because Barry is a dear friend, but also a professional colleague, I let him know what the horizon looks like. And Barry made his choice.
Well, I'll pick up on that in a minute, but why does it matter what Francine Frederick thinks insofar as it relates to Barry Bergdorf's job and to Barry Bergdorf's client?
For Francie wasn't involved in this decision-making process.
You said that
Francie conveyed
not to go to this meeting.
Right.
Right. I mean, and
because that was a directive from the chairman, and so she gave that directive.
But I've been asking this question since we started having hearings: is why do we have 2 lawyers? Is there so much animus at the UT system that the regents have to have their own lawyer, so that lawyer can communicate with the lawyer who's the lawyer for the system? And no one's really been able to give me that clear answer. And so I would see this as 2 equals. In the organizational chart, does Francine Frederick direct and tell Barry Bergdorf what to do, or Dan Sharphorn for that matter?
No.
Right.
Next.
So if this is the basis, for the erosion of trust, if this is the straw that broke the camel's back, why should it happen? If Barry was under no obligation to take orders, and in fact, more specifically, I mean, why didn't you tell him not to go to the meeting?
Well, I wasn't really aware of this, in the sense that I wasn't aware that the chairman spoke to Francie to tell him that. Now, the issue is that the directive was given by the chairman, which is prerogative. And the issue here is, the fact is that Barry knew that the chairman was uncomfortable with that. He made the decision to go. There's a consequence to that.
So 2 former regents, one a former chairman, says that chairman and regents don't give dictates to the staff. they set policy, the chancellor executes the policy, you CEO, you quarterback that. And because this particular chairman, I'm assuming it was this Chairman Powell, I suppose, from chronology. So because Chairman Powell didn't want Barry Bergdorf to go to a meeting, there seems to be two different views of the role of a regent and that of a chairman. I mean,
I think the voice of a chairman counts a lot.
well, I think so too, but I heard from one who served for a long time, who says that it's improper to give dictates to the staff. So I guess I would understand this if you were telling me this story that Barry Bergdorf was admonished by you. He's on your executive team. The trust is there between you and he. And you say, Barry, you're my lawyer. I don't want you to go to that meeting in light of what's going on. I can see where there'd be some issues. But a lawyer across the hall who serves a different master. And the reason why I get to this, Mr. Chancellor, is because today, right now, Bergdorf's gone. And there seems to be this still directive mentality from Francine Frederick to tell Dan Sharpthorne what he should be doing. And I keep talking about getting to this memo about the release of confidential documents to UT
so this, basically the interpretation of this, at least as far as I'm concerned, is that regents have the authority and the obligation to inform themselves as they deem appropriate to be able to be the best regent they can be. And so, basically, the regent was asking for information from UT Austin. And basically, Dan Sharphorn agreed with the right of that regent to ask for information as long as, they follow, absent any specific limitations of law or board rule. So if there's a law or board rule that overrides it, then that would supersede it. And so basically, I think the recommendation of Dan Sharphorn to Kevin Hagerty is that the regent has a right, short of, prevailing law to give this information.
And,
So Dan basically, agreed.
Sure. And I guess that's okay, but Dan never talked to his client. His client is Kevin Hagerty at UT Austin. Campus is on the receiving end of the report.
Well, I don't know what conversations occurred between Dan and Kevin Hagerty.
It's my understanding that the Office of General Counsel for the UT system is the eyes and ears and the voice for the campus institutions, and that's the lawyer that the campuses go to when they need help with the system.
Actually, there are a variety of places that leadership of a campus can go to. First of all, University of Texas at Austin has an outstanding legal department. Patty Ollendorf has been there for many, many years and is probably one of the most knowledgeable attorneys in higher education that I know. So there is a point, if Kevin Hagerty has an issue, that would be the first order of communication with legal counsel. Then, if Patty Ollendorf doesn't know the answer or is in disagreement, then she has the opportunity to come to the general counsel of the University of Texas System, which in this case at that time would be Dan Sharphorn. I don't know whether that occurred or not.
It's my understanding.
All I know is Kevin had access to Patty Ollendorf. Did he use it or not? I don't know.
It's my understanding that is indeed correct. Consultations with Patty Ollendorf and her team, they had a different view from that of Francine Frederick and the Regents. And that Kevin Hagerty testified to this committee that he tried. Now, to be fair, Mr. Sharphorn said he never did. So, I mean, we will never know. I mean, there's a dispute. And I guess there's no independent record that suggests that they had a conversation about this. But
So as I understand it is obviously there's been communication between Kevin Hagerty and general counsel to the system, Dan Sharphorn. Dan gave his opinion. Now, I'm not aware that Kevin Hagerty said, well, Dan, I disagree with you and I want outside counsel. I'm not aware of that conversation.
And I'm not either, but as I understand, there seems to be a dispute about that as well. But here's what I'm at. So ultimately, I mean, not having, at least looking at it from Kevin's perspective, his sworn testimony, been interviewed by our lawyers, been questioned by this committee. His view is that he tried to get help, couldn't get help from Sharphorn. Doesn't talk to Sharphorn, gets a memo saying produce these documents. And so then the documents are produced, right? Their documents, original documents are then taken over to system, put in some system room. Now, is that, in your recollection, is that the first time that's ever happened in recent UT system memory?
I don't know what's happened in the past. I can say that, at least in my tenure, that was probably the first time it happened. And I think the reason why it happened is that the custodian of records, Kevin Hagerty, told Dan, look, I'm going to delegate my custodian of record overview of these documents to you. Take them to your office. You do the review as to whether they're safe or about other confidential information, and then give it to the regent. And so that was an agreed upon process between Kevin Hagerty and Dan Sharphorn.
And then the regents who testified this morning had indicated that that never happened, nor did open records of that magnitude ever happen. So if it never happened in your tenure, and it seemed to never happen in the tenure that maybe just outside of your role as chancellor, it just doesn't seem like it's that easy to just say, send me an email, I'm going to delegate my duties, because we're talking about FERPA, we're talking about HIPAA, we're talking about some federal laws that we just don't have the choice to ignore or decide to delegate them to somebody else. We know that we can't delegate our duties, we have a legal duty, we just can't give it to somebody else. So I've noticed that University of Texas has some very stringent document control protocols. And so if this never happened before in your time, didn't happen in the time before you, did your office institute or initiate any document control protocols to deal with something that you never dealt with?
No, because it never got away from a custodian of records. So basically, Kevin Hagerty, who's the custodian of records, basically spoke to his general counsel, Patty Oldmore, in my opinion, and agreed upon that they would transfer these records to the UT system custodian of records. So these records never left a professional who's an expert on custodian of records. Sure. Because of the strict rules of making sure that we protect companies.
And I'm outside that. I'm outside the Kevin Hagerty world now. These documents are in a conference room at the University of Texas system. They're in the custody and control of the UT system. And so, there is a compliance and ethics guide the University of Texas at Austin follows for their document protocols. Does UT system have one of these?
We've got a lot of protocols. I don't know whether we got a protocol or not. All I know is that my concern was to make sure that, that there are custodian of records, and I can vouch for the experts at UT System in regards to open information request experts and custodian of record experts. We've got outstanding staff.
And in that outstanding custodianship, FERPA documents fell into the hands of a lawyer who is not even affiliated or associated with the University of Texas system. And so despite, how much we're going to rave over the internal controls and protocols, we know. We know because Francine Frederick told us. We know because Wallace Hall's lawyers had written letters referencing documents that you could only acquire information from if you had those documents in your possession. And so I guess my specific question again is, do you know whether or not UT system drafted, amended, issued guidance that's similar to a compliance and ethics guide that deals with protocols for controlling documents?
There are protocols for controlling documents. Well, we haven't redrafted anything, but my recollection of this is that, remember, Regent Hall asked to review TPIA requests made by the public at UT also over a 2-year period, which led to that 40 boxes.
I can tell you that a public document requested by a private citizen would not have come with FERPA information.
But it was a custodian of records at UT Austin who gave Regent Hall those 40 boxes. The documents were in.
Right.
Once we found out about that, then Francine Frederick and our custodian of records told Regent Hall, you need to bring that document back because we believe it's FERPA.
And he never did.
He eventually did.
I understand he destroyed them. Did he destroy them or did he bring them back?
Okay. He destroyed them. That's correct.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's the understanding I've got.
Well, you told me just now that he brought them back.
I made a mistake. The fact is that he was told that those have to be either brought back or destroyed.
And that's my concern. We use big words like custodian and then we make mistakes. When we make mistakes,
I made the mistake.
I understand, and you're the chancellor, right? And
but I made the mistake in the sense that, basically he was told that he could no longer have that document. And in the trend of thought, I said, he brought it back. I should have said, he destroyed it.
And it seemed to go over like a lead balloon because he never returned the documents. And so, which, really aren't his documents to destroy. The University of Texas of Austin's documents to destroy. They're in possession, custody, control of the custodian of records who assumes responsibility for it. So what have we done to the custodian? What has the Chancellor's office done to admonish and discipline?
Well, the custodian of record, right, who is the
custodian, by the way?
I think the custodian of record at UT system would be, Dan Sharpler right now.
So what was he's your lawyer. And this is the lawyer that you just told me has to have this, just volumes of trust to be able to interface with Regents. And he messed it up.
He conveyed, he conveyed to the Regent that document is FERPA related. Now, I'll have to go back and read the transcripts as to what was said.
What did you do to admonish Dan Sharpler?
I didn't admonish Dan Sharpler because Dan Sharpler said that document needs, basically, you can no longer have access to FERPA. He did his job. Francie Frederick told the Regent, that document you can no longer have in your possession. Now, I don't know whether Francie Frederick said it could either be destroyed or returned back, but the fact is, you can no longer have access to that.
Francine Frederick testified to this committee that she asked him to return those documents.
And she's general counsel to the Board of Regents.
So anyway, I mean, this is a system, this is a protocol that's never happened in UT system. Because there's someone willing to assume custodianship, just what I guess is just some kind of email. I don't think this was a memorandum of understanding or something that required board action or has a chancellor signature to verify the form and substance of the custodial relationship between Austin and system. But if you've never done this before, UT Austin does this all the time, and they have document protocols with compliance and ethics guidelines. They have a UT Austin general handbook dealing with educational records in FERPA. They have a handbook for business procedures on disposition of records, confidential or sensitive records. They have entire university compliance services with PowerPoints ad nauseum on how you handle these documents. We have a couple sentences of an email that says you're going to assume the custodianship of these documents. I mean, and you're esteemed. You are a fabulous surgeon. You're a fabulous president of a medical center that I'm proud to represent the legislature. You know protocols. You know hospital regs. There's no regs.
Well, I think basically the custodian record did his job, which was, Regent, you can no longer have possession of this document. So that statement was made, and it was also made to the general counsel to the Board of Regents, right? The general counsel to the Board of Regents told the Regent, this document you can no longer have in your possession. Now, I don't know whether that means that you actually accommodate that direction by destroying the document or by returning the document. Either way, he was told he can no longer have that document.
No question at all. When Francine Frederick came to this committee, we asked her, what did you tell Wallace Hall? Did you call the authorities? Did you conduct an investigation? She's a former prosecutor, has a certain expertise in violations of criminal law. Said it never crossed my mind, it never occurred to me this was a problem. Again, volumes of protocols on confidential and sensitive information. And if we could lose a general counsel because he ignored the desire of Francine Frederick as to whether or not he should attend a meeting, we lost a award-winning general counsel that you advise as a brother to go find these opportunities and cash in on that resume and that laundry list of accolades. And yet we have another general counsel, the system, another general counsel for the Regents, in my view, not this committee's view, in my view, aiding and abetting the disclosure of confidential information that's protected by federal law, and no aggressive actions were taken by anybody to retrieve it, and we're on the honor of Regent Hall, the same honor of Regent Hall who has ignored this committee and chooses to testify in the press, and chooses to testify through his lawyers. The honor of that individual, that he properly contained and sanitized that document. And we're going to accept that as everything's back to normal, everybody did their job. You want me to accept that?
I'm just telling you the facts.
I'm just asking you, do you want me to accept that? Is that your word that it's been taken care of? That's good enough for me And the 160,000 constituents I represent, the 116th, crisis averted. It's been taken care of because Francine picked up the phone and said,
We'll have to bring Regent Hall under oath. He said he destroyed it.
but I have you here, and you're under oath now. And I'm asking you, what remedial measures have you instituted as Chancellor? What inquiry, what investigation, what authority, what ombudsman, what osmosis process are we following to verify that these things are done? What's happening, it's been left to this committee, it's been delegated to this committee to find that out. What have you done?
As of this moment, basically was brief on exactly what happened. You know exactly what I know. And, I think after all these deliberations, I'll have to determine whether I've got to, develop new policies.
So I'm asking you right now, I've laid it out for you.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
Basically, I think that my staff conveyed to the Regent that to follow basically, the privacy rules of which you can't have access to that. Destroy it, and return it back. And you know what? Maybe, my fault is I took the word of the Regent.
Your general counsel is burning emails to find out whether or not people retake LSATs. You haven't done a darn thing to find out whether or not a Regent took federally protected confidential information and sanitized it. And you're taking his word for it. This is the same Regent who has refused to come to this committee to testify. It's the same Regent who seems to be the center of a lot of things controversial within the system. And that's not enough for me. And so here's the disconnect in terms of having somebody that, I want someone I can trust being the CEO of the University of Texas system. So that's the school I went to. I went to the undergraduate school too in San Antonio. That school in San Antonio is in the district I represent, as is the medical center. I want to know that if you're willing to go to DEFCON 2 to find out whether or not Ryan Pitts retook the LSAT, I want you to go to DEFCON 2 to find out if Lois Hall did what he told Francine Frederick he was going to do, and not just take his word for it.
Okay?
So when will we see an action plan?
What do you think about it?
How much time do you need?
I'm kind of trying to figure out how I'm going to get it back. What is the process of doing this?
Well, I think at a minimum, I think it's ascertaining the facts, evaluating the evidence, and making recommendations. I'm not asking you to take the paper back together and take it out of the shredder, but I'm asking you to set a deterrent, set a goal, set a tone that when people violate federal law, we're not just going to overlook it and just gloss it over until the legislature's out of session or this committee is no longer asking questions. It's a real concern to know that there's been no remedial measures whatsoever. It's almost as if it's okay. And it can't be okay. I'm looking at you, I know you don't think it's okay. But actions speak louder than words. So, I'm
Thank you.
back.
Wow, that is a long way. Members, we have any other questions? If not,
Mr. Chairman, I know that it's late and we have another witness. I would like just a few minutes. Yes, sir. Very long. Thank you very much. Chancellor, I understand. 5,000-pound gorilla, whatever the room is we're asking you questions about your lawsuit. That's always an awfully different situation. You obviously work for and at the pleasure of the Board of Regents. Right? And I don't want to focus so much on it all on President Powers. I think you've been very kind about saying you hope the two of y'all have put this issue together and going forward. I do want to go back to what this committee is about, though, and that is the conduct of Regent Hall. And I want to ask you about several things and to see if you are willing to concede that maybe there's a pattern here. When the report on the Law School Foundation was produced by Mr. Berkeley, you would agree with me not that Regent Hall was very upset that it did not conclude that President Powers knew about Dean Sager's forgivable loan, right? The report did not conclude that President Powers knew. Would you agree?
The report stated that President Powers was made aware of a deferred compensation,
Yes.
but it never said a forgivable.
And in fact, the report said, it had two different versions. That report said that President Powers said that he was not aware of the forgivable wrongdoing, correct?
As I remember it.
And Dean Sager said, well, he never told President Powers, but President Powers had to know, right? That was part of the report. And so at the conclusion of it, Mr. Bergdorf's report indicated there wasn't definitive evidence one way or the other. And that was part of the thing that Regent Hall took such exception to, wasn't it?
Yes.
And as a result of that exception, and by the way, if we go to the increased energy that you talked about and urgency that started with it, and we agreed with January 2011, it coincided, did it not, with the arrival on the Regents Committee in addition to Mr. Hall, Regent Cranberry, and Regent Pahodius. Right? And when we talk about people that were dissatisfied with the President and the source of a lot of these disagreements that you've talked about when you have a fractured board, how to do it, you add the then Chairman Powell to that group, and you were dealing regularly with, certainly not your fault, but you're dealing regularly with 4 regents who want to get rid of the President of the University of Texas. Would you agree? And I'll put it more gently if you want. How about we're adamantly concerned and critical of him at different times?
Yeah, I would go with the latter.
Okay, that does sound, I'm going to let you tap dance any way you want on these issues, okay? And I think, as a compliment, I can tell you, you've already demonstrated tremendous ability to do that. So I want to make sure, though, that we're clear here what's happening. Because I want to talk about whether or not a regent really had his own agenda here through all of this that we talked about creating this stir. For instance, because he was unsatisfied with the Bergdorf report, the proposal originally was, with those before it, I don't know whether they had another vote or not, but to refer to originally to some outside source, right? Somebody outside the system and everything would do it, correct? And
There were discussions about, because there were still some questions that weren't answered, and because it was an important anonymous complaint that wasn't present in the report.
Yes.
So new data came about, is that the regents had a thorough discussion in the Audit Compliance Management Review Committee.
Yes.
And because of that, after that discussion, it was decided to take it to the full board for a vote, and we should put the Bergdorf report aside and do the investigation.
And when the Bergdorf, there was no question, you and I can agree, can we not, that one of the things that Mr. Hall was so upset about the Bergdorf report, it didn't point the finger of misconduct at President Powers.
You will have to ask Regent Hall that, because he never directly told me that.
Well done. Now let's move to the next question. That goes over, instead of going to an outside group, and there was a history where an outside group had investigated something, it cost the system like $500,000 in a year or two before you had it not. Do you recall that?
There was a review that we did regarding Southwestern Medical Center.
And an outside law firm cost you.
Yeah.
And so instead of going to an outside law firm again, for those who were dissatisfied with Mr. Bergdorf's report, the decision was made to refer to the Attorney General's office, right?
The decision was made to, the board was really basically moving towards getting external outside lawyers. The legislature spoke very loudly that perhaps there's a better way of doing this, because we don't want you expending a lot of money on this, and is there a better way of doing this? There was a lot of deliberation on that issue, and ultimately the decision was made, let's ask the Attorney General to do this.
Fine. And the AG's office was to start a report. It was forwarded over, the request was forwarded over by Chairman Powell, was it not?
Yes.
Okay. And he sent over certain documents and so, and the AG's office was going to launch an investigation. Now, are you aware that as early as May 17th of this year, the main investigating person for the Attorney General's office asked Regent Hall and the other regents that were involved in referring for written statements setting out what they thought the investigation should be, whom it should be about, and what it is they believed was wrong. You recall that? Yes. Okay. Now, were you made aware all along of the repeated unsuccessful attempts by the Attorney General's office, starting in May of this year, to get such a statement from Regent Hall?
I wasn't involved in those conversations, I actually read about it.
Right. You were
You know,
CC'd.
which is that, I think I was CC'd on a letter, where 8 out of the 9, there's 10 regents, 9 voting. 8 out of the 9 voting regents submitted a document, and that my understanding is as of today, Regent Hall has not submitted such a document.
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, when you referred earlier, and you were asked, is the AG's investigation still ongoing? Of course, that's one way of it. Another way of putting it is they have repeatedly informed both the system and Regent Hall that it is stalled because he refuses and still has failed to give them the statement they have been asking for since May 17th of this year. Is that right?
I think you can look at it both ways.
Well, let's look at it the way they told you on December the 2nd. I've counted, by the way, and I don't think you'll follow it, but I've counted at least 6 times since May 17th in communications either to Mr. Hall, or 7 or 8 times if we add these people. Communications to Mr. Hall, communications to his attorney, communications to Ms. Frederick, in which sometimes you're CC'd, repeated requests from Mr. Scott of the AG's office. We need that sworn statement. Sometimes he says statement, sometimes he says sworn statement. As recently as August, he was referring to it as a sworn statement. And you are aware that as recently as December the 2nd of this year, in spite of this investigation and everything, Mr. Hall has still failed to provide them with the statement they requested, correct?
That is my understanding.
Now, as a man who's administered, I think, 8 years, the hospital, the system in San Antonio, and now 5 years, would you agree with me that any time we're going to start investigating people for something, it's good for the person to make the complaint to spell out what they're complaining of, so the investigator will have some parameters of what he or she is supposed to be looking for.
It provides clarity of purpose.
That's a very good phrase. Can you think, for any reason, on God's green earth, that Regent Hall cannot do the same thing all the other regents do for an investigation that he was one of the pivotal people demanding? Can you?
No.
All right. And I want you to say, and I don't see if you remember this email of December the 2nd, in which Mr. Scott and you are, Chairman Foster and you, the reason I'm reading this to you, I want to ask if there's been any discussions about this with the affected parties since December the 2nd. Where it says, Francie, this is an email I represent to you, John Scott. You're more than welcome to look at it, but if you trust me to read it accurately, I'll do that.
It's John Scott.
Yes, John Scott.
And John Scott is.
And he's with the Attorney General's office, and he is the Assistant Attorney General that has been in charge, Mr. Hodge placed in charge of doing the investigation of the relationship between the Law School Foundation and the University of Texas. Okay? Law School. And this is an email I will represent to you that was to Ms. Francie Frederick on December the 2nd of this year. The CC was Mr. Foster, who all knows now the chairman. You, Dan Sharphorn, and Lisa Reed. And he says real quickly, Francie, thank you for a copy of the special review of the UT system audit report. That audit report was just concluded in its final form, okay? And that audit report was forwarded over for their investigation. He goes on to say, I have attached here to 4 documents from Regent Hall's attorney, which are reflective of my continuing effort to work with Regent Hall. I was assured of a, quote, 5.5-page, single-spaced paper, end quote, authored by Regent Hall, and referenced in Mr. Ryan's, Mr. Hall's attorney, September the 26th correspondence. I followed up with Regent Hall's attorney to check on the document status on 3 separate occasions. To date, no document has been received. Hopefully, the document will be forthcoming. Did you and the chairman undertake any conversation with Mr. Hall about this continuing refusal and failure to honor the AG's request?
No. I don't want to determine it, but I did not.
Okay, so certainly no conversation happened in your presence, correct?
Correct.
And I want to just to put a gloss on this. I'm looking about the 8th one that was requested. probably CC'd on this, but I'll represent to you that on November the 12th, the committee might like to know, this is parenthetically kind of consistent with the correspondence about when and where he will appear and under what circumstances. His lawyer says, in response to Mrs. Scott as recently as November, before this decision, saying, "Where is my letter?" In November, Mr. Ryan says, "John, turn on the TV. Tune into the events currently going on." There's a hearing going on. We've been dealing with a massive document production and a request later aborted that Wallace Hall testified. The committee is currently meeting. Your office's very unusual request that we memorialize for you the material Wallace met with you about will have to wait its turn. This is a 5-month-old request, my You're familiar that Mr. Hall, when he was requesting documents, sometimes wanted them within a weekend, correct? Would you agree with me, without asking you to place any value judgment on it, that his attitude toward providing his documents to the Attorney General, which was going to be simply a statement, and not doing it over a period of 5 months because he's too busy, is a little inconsistent with the man whose incessant demand for documents, or what you referred to as too short a time frame? There's a little inconsistent. Would you agree?
I would say I don't understand the logic behind it.
Now, I want just a couple other things, because I know you've had a long day, and we've got another one. So, let's assume that, can we agree that it's just curiouser and curiouser that Mr. Hall is so insistent? Yes, it is, actually.
I'm just asking, I'm just saying it's okay.
I've always loved it. I've always waited for the chance to use it. So again, and I'm going to check
Everybody's
this.
putting on the Wikipedia website.
I want to see, maybe it'll go into the immortal line of misremembering. Okay. I want to ask you if when we talk about these investigations that go on, you talked about how you would find it, is it a strong, if somebody wanted to start looking into your personal travel records right now, did I understand you say you would find that kind of offensive?
Yes.
Okay. What are y'all still doing the presidents?
As I conveyed earlier, is that I would not agree with investigating personal travel, but I think the president does have, or I would have a responsibility to say, if I took a trip and it was a gift, even though it was a personal trip, I would have to report it. I would have to report the gift.
I'm certainly not arguing
Two separate
about,
questions.
excuse me, I'm not arguing about how someone characterizes it. Let me perhaps refresh you with an email. And I promise you I'm not trying to play gotcha. But when I was hearing your questions, I was wondering, is all it takes to launch an investigation of President Powell simply Regent Hall's complaint about something? Let me give you an example. I'm looking at an email, and I'll pass it down, a copy down to you so you can, or you can thank you. And I want to ask you if you remember this email, and see if I can confirm that this investigation is still going on. You and I are looking at an email from Mr. Reyes, who is your Vice President for Academic Affairs, is he not?
Correct.
And does he take on projects at your request?
Yes.
Did you request this investigation?
No, these questions were a result of Regent Hall asking for them. Again, I did convey to the chairman and to the general counsel of the board that this was a huge review of the SPAC.
That's where I was headed, although I have no basis for knowing that that's it. Can you and I agree? Let's read so that people know what we're talking about. This is an email from him to President Powers, CCing you, and I don't want to mispronounce her name. Revisiori, how do you pronounce it? I'm sorry. The lady on there.
Looks like Revisor to me.
Okay, all right. And several others. And it says a data request. And it says, Dear President Powers, this is Mr. Reyes, the board office is requesting the following. So can I assume from that that this email and this request is a result of a request that Regent Hall made to the Systems Board?
To the Systems Board?
Yes. Or who's the board office? I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. Basically, Regent Hall asked these questions, they're directed, the general counsel to the board, Francie Frederick, to convey these questions that Regent Hall wanted answered.
And
we pushed back. We said this is too much.
This is too intrusive, I bet you said.
I'm not sure I said too intrusive, I said it's too much.
Okay. But he still insisted, didn't he?
Yes.
And indeed, what you indicated in your earlier answers is that when Regent Hall was presented on several occasions with investigative reports or audits that y'all did at his request, instead of being satisfied with him, if they didn't reach the conclusion he wanted, he added 100 more questions, didn't he?
Many more questions.
Many more questions. And these investigations and reports that you're talking about had one common thread, didn't they? They always went to the University of Texas at Austin.
Over 95% of the time.
And so what you unsuccessfully pushed back about, so this is an investigation that's still being ongoing of President Powers at Regent Hall's insistence, isn't it?
Yes.
And he's wanting, I'm saying he because obviously Mr. Reyes is doing it, but we've established it at Regent Hall's request. He says, Dear President Powers, the board office is requesting the following. Documents or information related to transportation, including private flights, or lodging or food associated with travel for business, personal, or outside board-related activities, accepted by or on behalf of President Powers from any individual other than a family member since the start of his presidency. For such transportation, lodging, or food associated with travel, please identify. Number one, who provided the transportation, lodging, or food. Number two, whether the trip purpose was business, personal, or related to an outside board activity. Three, any payment made by UT Austin or reimbursement by the president for the transportation, lodging, or food, and the amount of the reimbursement. And whether such transportation, lodging, or food was reported as a gift on the president's personal financial disclosure statement to the Texas Ethics Commission or reported to the UT system as part of each president's annual report for the year in which it was accepted. Please let me know if I can be anywhere. Now, I want to represent that my questions are not based on carrying any water for President Powers. I will represent to you, I've only met him twice, and at both times were in connection with this investigation. Can you perhaps see, however, that when one talks about someone ultimately getting maybe a little prickly, maybe a little bit difficult to deal with, maybe a little self-righteous occasion, when you're trying to run a university, this kind of stuff continues to happen. Can you imagine how that might affect that person that way?
Yes.
Thank you.
And it's the reason why I spoke about citizenship. And I'm talking about not just between UT Austin or our 15 campuses and system. It's also citizenship between our campuses, system, and our board.
Well said. Now, the final thing I'll ask you about, and ask if you're aware of, they may not, because the documents we've been providing this committee are so voluminous, and during the next few weeks, I know they're going to be trying to go over those that haven't been able to, as well as the staff. But you recall by the way, this stuff we just talked about, you're familiar with, he had already tried to get one time in one of his many requests, right? This is another example, which you and I just went over, of him making end runs. First he tries to get it for a public information request, and if he doesn't get that, then he demands that the board look into it. And therefore, the Chancellor and his people have to take time to try to investigate the man he wants to get rid of. I don't expect you to answer that. Never mind. Let me ask you this. Do you recall that it goes so far that his fixation on the law school finance, that in June, July of this year, he is trying to get Francie Fredericks and the Chancellor's office to get images involuntarily, to seize the computers of the Law School Foundation, to forensically image them, to look and check and see what's going on.
The answer to that is yes, and we push back immensely.
And that's, I wanted to give you an opportunity to say that, because that is another incident. These are my words, not yours. But Regent Hall's overreach and desire to get rid of that president, or to embarrass him, that he was actually going to seize an independent organization of volunteer contributors with over $100 million so far to the law school to image their computers as he sought to find evidence for things that he's been unwilling to swear out of complaint. Isn't that right?
There were discussions about forensics, and we said it's inappropriate.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Members, if you have any questions, I want to thank you for spending a number of hours in that chair, and I appreciate your candor, and thank you for your service that you have for the state of Texas, University of Texas, and we look forward to another opportunity to visit you sometime.
Since I always see things in the silver lining, it felt like 5 minutes.
Give my other binder.
Hey, that's why he's a pediatric.
Just let me just mention one thing before you leave, sir. We'll probably have some follow-up that we'll want to allow you to look at and help this committee as we continue our process here. Okay?
We're always available.
Thank you. You have, thank you, sir. Please stand at ease for. Sure. Okay. The chair will call Mr. You swear that the testimony you're about to give this body is true and accurate?
I do.
If you would please state your name and your title for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, members. I'm Bill Powers, President of the University of Texas at Austin.
Mr. Harden, did you have some questions you want to start out with?
No, Your Honor, I'm still in the courtroom. No, Mr. Chairman.
I was a judge once. Members, do you have questions that you'd like to start? No, Larson.
This has been a very difficult time, I know, for you for the last 12 months. Go through the same issues that I talked to the Chancellor about, as far as the ability for the UT Austin campus to recruit top-tier professors into all your centers of excellence, the ability to raise money, and all the encumbrances that you've had to face because of the cloud that's been over the university with not this investigation, prior to this investigation, but everything that's transpired. I'd like to get your perspective on that.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Larson. I'd be glad to. Let me say that what I'm going to describe is on top of a very difficult financial situation coming out of the recession. These are difficult times for public institutions generally, and for institutions of higher education. On top of that, this particular controversy or set of events surrounding the University of Texas at Austin has been a tremendous distraction and hindrance to moving the university ahead. I think it's been a distraction and hindrance to moving some system-wide issues ahead, and I'll refer to them in a moment. I think from the campus's point of view, one effect, negative effect, has been it has distracted campus from important issues that we need to face. Reforming the way we do some business practice. I think the Chancellor referred to them in terms of becoming more efficient. Taking a very important but difficult road in transforming the way we deliver some of our courses with technology and pedagogical learning. We're starting a medical school. This set of events has hampered our ability to do that, not eliminated. I think the Chancellor has the same notion. You get it done, but it hampers the ability to do that, both in just raw resources, time of individuals, but also leadership bandwidth. So that'd be one area. Another area that you referred to certainly is recruiting. We are an institution that depends on talent and recruiting the very best people to the campus. We largely think of that in terms of faculty, and that is the highest priority. But it's also students, it's advisors, it's graduate students, it's our staff. We do better when we attract talent. I'm involved in many of those, from deans to vice presidents. I get involved in some faculty, not a lot. An AD recently, medical school. I get involved probably in 20 or 30 of those a year at some, and I hear about faculty recruiting, and it's recruiting and retention. I don't think one of those conversations in trying to attract somebody or retain somebody was not significantly affected by what's the future of the president going to be, what's the future of the University of Texas at Austin going to be. So that's been a second area of negative impact. The students on our campus are, part of this is about the record. We've had testimony about that today, and I've had it before. They're very concerned about that. A lot of this is about the role of a major research university, and the research component on a research university has historically been part of the policy dispute about this. Our faculty arising out of this field under attack, and it's a major source of morale. There are employees, some of you whom you have heard from, who are doing their absolute best to try and comply with privacy laws and are worried sick that they don't have the time to do that. Somebody comes and picks up documents. You've had testimony on many of those today. When some of this information is made public, I've seen them, and you've heard testimony from them. It makes them extremely upset about that. I don't know that I've ticked off every area, but it's been, it is a significant headwind. I'll mention one other that sort of wraps around a lot of these others. This has done significant harm to our reputation in the academic world nationally and internationally. It is on everyone's lips, on every campus of public major research universities in the country. People are following this, and it has hurt our reputation. That in turn hurts graduate students and faculty and recruiting and retention in other ways. I hope that begins to answer the question.
Yeah, and your fundraising.
Yes, fundraising. Yeah, fundraising, we've had a very good year. We've had tremendous support from its not just alumni, but friends of the university. Some do give gifts in support for what I call the soul of major American research university in light of a lot of this debate. But other people you talk to and are waiting on to see how this turns out. I don't have any quantification on that. I think this set of events has had a mixed reaction on alumni. Some in the fundraising do stand, say, I want to see how this turns out, but it is certainly, it's had there's certainly there's rallied to our support as well. And we've seen some of that in the fundraising.
The follow-up with the same question. The governor's chief of staff 2 years ago said because we can, and they indicated the governor and 4 of the Board of Regents are passing on you because they can. And they chose to focus after the 7 points of academic reform was rolled out. You pushed back a little bit and said, we've got our own set of criteria that we're going to follow. The chancellor said that there was also, at the board level, they looked at 9 points, and some of the 7 were incorporated in that. But that, looking at it and going back 22, 26 months, in the time frame where a lot of this was transpiring, that seems to be the genesis of most of the discussions we've had going back, where this is political, this is a political issue that has really just become unfurled, and it's unfortunate because it's damaged the university and the university system, as the chancellor has indicated. Do you feel like there's something else out there that stimulated the attacks that you've had to sustain?
Well, it certainly goes back to that time period. Let me say, if I might, on the 7 solutions, I'm in an academic institution. People push the envelope and come up with path-breaking ideas. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not good. I think it's good to push the envelope in that regard. My own view on the 7 solutions was there were some, and I think you heard Chairman Cavan say this morning. Frankly, were things like students, when they register for a class, ought to have more information in the syllabus if it's available. And a lot of them are pretty uncontroversial. The big one, which I think has been a major issue, and in this dispute and around the country, is the role of research in a teaching and research university. Not every university is like that. It can be expensive. Sometimes the payoff of the research can be 20, 30, 40, 50 years. I'll just say, and I won't get off on this in detail, but general relativity, no one thought had any usefulness. You could not drive your GPS system in your car right now without general relativity, or your cell phone, or whatever. Sometimes there's a long payoff on this. It's hard to pay for it. I think that was the core policy issue, and one of the 7 solutions was sort of divorcing the teaching and the research budgets. My view, and I've stated it, I don't know if it's called pushing back. Actually, in a conversation with the governor, told the governor. I don't think that's the right move for major AAU type research universities. That's a policy question. I think it's a fair policy question, but I do think it goes back to that, and then, like all disputes, it gets a little out of control.
You hired the athletic director at the UT Austin campus. If there's going to be a change in one of the head coaching jobs, it's going to be responsible athletic director, and then it comes to you, and you consent on the choice. Did Mr. Hall come to you and talk to you about going out and soliciting some potential candidates to fill that position prior to his departure away from, I guess, the regents, because they indicated that he wasn't working with any of the regents or the chancellor. Did he discuss that with you about him going out and seeing if he could get another football coach, even though they were mid-season in the football season?
Did Mr. Hall?
Right.
No, Mr. Hall has never spoken with me about the football coach.
Okay, so that was independent of the athletic director and of your office when you made that decision to go out and pursue another coach?
Those actions were not, he did not consult with either myself or the athletic director on that.
So, do you have a lot of conversations with Regent Hall?
I've had some, recently not. I haven't, other than maybe casually, seeing him at a Regents meeting and saying hello. I don't think I've had a conversation for certainly over 6 months and probably longer.
President Powers, I'm sorry, when you sit down, I did not give you an opportunity to do any prepared remarks that you may have, although you've kind of gotten into it with the questions that were asked. Before we continue to have questions from the dais, do you have some additional comments you'd like to make just as opening remarks?
Are you?
Okay.
I'm content, thank you.
Very good.
Following up on Representative Larson's inquiry regarding the conversation between Regent Hall and Nick Saban's agent, when and how did you learn about those conversations?
I believe they were reported in one of the blogs. I don't have an exact date, I would say 7 or 8 months ago. Some time ago. I didn't read the blog myself, but probably one of our press people brought it to my attention.
So you, the president of the university, learned about it secondhand through a blog?
Well, third hand through a report about a blog.
I was impressed that you were going through the blogs.
How would you describe your relationship right now with this current board?
Well, I think that some of them don't want me to be the president. That's not very pleasant. And they have their reasons, and so that part of it is not. I've had very good conversations with the chairman. The new regents, as if we've had conversations about the direction of the university. They're learning about the way we do. I mean, some things that happen on the campus. I've had very good conversations with them. I would say, frankly, with 5 of the regents, very cordial. I'd describe as even warm and very productive. 4 of the regents I've had less contact with other than at meetings, although even with a number of them, there have been particular issues that we've worked on, I think, quite productively. Probably the most contact has been with, of that group, with Regent Cranberg, because of the interest in the new engineering building and the funding and how many engineering students we had, and we had disagreements about that and worked through them, and I think came to a very productive result. So,
and how would you compare the relationship you have with this board to past boards?
well, the relationship with past boards, I would describe as extremely positive. Both the regents that you saw this morning, but the other chairs during that period, James Huffines and Colleen McHugh, Bob Rowley, I could name. We did not agree on even major policy directions, but we sat down and talked about them and came to collectively good results, not just for our campus, but for the system. And a lot of the discussion, for example, I think what the system is doing in South Texas right now, there are some very important things going on at the system level, and often the presidents would participate in that, not because it affected their campus, but sort of in the cabinet, and it was I think, an extremely productive relationship.
So you've had one region that's paid a lot of attention to the university that you were president of. In the past, if there was a concern or a disagreement with policy or procedures of a particular university within the system, how was that handled? Was it handled by a discussion at the board, or did you have individual regents go off on their own investigation or their own inquiries or their own actions as individuals?
Well, it would depend on the issues whether the board did it, usually the chairman. If there was a particular issue, it would be the chairman. Often, these policy issues would come up at the system council, that is all the presidents getting together with the chancellor, or the academic institutions that would get together. So, for example, Chairman Huffines was concerned about graduation rates, and we just brought it through the chancellor, and we talked about it. And there were disagreements among the different campuses. So it would usually come through the chairman and/or the chancellor. Occasionally, if it were a particular detailed construction issue, it might come through the chair of the construction committee. But
Okay. How would you describe the difference between good governance and micromanagement of a region?
well, I think we answer to the board, and the board ought to set broad policy, get interested in initiatives, the funding and how the PUF is used. A lot of very important aspects before the board. I think you heard Regent Barnhill say this morning. It's like a business. Focus on a few big directional things. Management, that is the day-to-day management of the system, I think is for the chancellor and his staff, and then for the campuses, for the president, the deans. And we're pretty decentralized on our campus as well. So that's the general way, and then it's in the details of how that's implemented.
You recently took over as chair of a national organization. Can you
Yes.
tell us what that is?
Is the Association of American Universities. There are 62 North American universities, public and private, and I would describe them as the leading teaching and research universities in the country, from Ivy League schools to public schools like Texas and California, Michigan, and North Carolina,
And in
Texas A&M.
In your discussions,
Right.
Within this organization, have you encountered where some of your peers or colleagues have had to deal with Regent issues such as the one that we're investigating?
Well, they're all different, and for the vast majority, I'd say no. But there are a few. There have been other places, Wisconsin, North Carolina, where different sets of issues have come up, but similar, what you might call controversies have come up. Virginia.
You may have said this earlier, but have the actions of Regent Hall had an effect on the athletic and academic recruiting efforts?
Yes, I've always said. I think on the academic recruiting efforts, the instability and the uncertainty moving forward is a major issue. And for retaining people, other universities across the country, their balance sheets are coming back, and they're going after our faculty. And there are a lot of faculty who used to never take the call, who now will take the call. We fight to keep them and have counter offers, but also recruiting people. So it's a big hindrance and headwind in recruiting. I actually think we lost a very star football recruit on it. That's at a less important level, but so academic and athletic recruiting.
Just one more thing, I think Representative Larson wants to follow up on that. There's been a lot of discussion whether or not, or mishandling Regent Hall inappropriately sharing personal student information with third parties. How has the UT Austin student body reacted to that?
The students are very concerned about that. They're concerned about that particular incident. They're concerned about what does that say about the security generally. And there are a lot of threats to security, to cybersecurity. We spend millions on that. It's always a threat. There's always the computers are encrypted. And we spend a lot of time on security. For the students to see a dispute raising that risk level for them, I think they're very, very concerned about that, as am I, and it has caused more angst on the campus and the administration and both the custodians but elsewhere. We feel there's a trust to our students, and when information goes out, we feel we've reached that trust.
Has that been discussed at the board level? I would think the board would be very concerned about that.
Not to my knowledge. And I've not seen it at a board meeting. I'm not always in the executive sessions. It's only if it's something I have something to do with, so I can't say whether it's been discussed at all on the board. It's not, to my knowledge, at a board meeting.
I would think that would be a very high priority of discussion amongst the board. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
President Powers, do you share the optimism that Chancellor Figueroa had about the future of University of Texas?
Yes. I'd like to explain why. I don't think I'm naively optimistic. I am a glass half full person. I could not get up in the morning. I think the future of this state is unbounded. I think the future of our university, if we put it in the right direction and manage it with care, is unbounded. I think the Chancellor put it well. These are hard times. There's stress. We're strong personalities. I have every faith. We will work together. I think the chairman, number of regents, I think everybody wants to move beyond this. We've got to move. We've got to move beyond this and move ahead with our state. So yes, cautious, not naive, but yes. The answer to your question, I'm
you believe that corner is being turned with the new chairman?
I think the new chairman and I have had very good conversation. I think it's being turned right here.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, President Powers, for being here. Appreciate your patience, too. I know you're way back there a long time.
Thank you.
I don't want to belabor this and drag it out any longer, but I just one situation that I wanted to get your perspective on, because I find it interesting and a little bit disturbing, the little I know about it, but if you could tell me more about what happened with this Council for Advancement and Support of Education, this case situation with the geology school. If you could just tell me more about what Regent Hall did in that situation, because I want to understand from what I've been able to read about it and the little I've heard about it, just how that all played out.
Okay, I'd be glad to. I don't think I'll have every date exactly, but
I'm not so interested in all that. But.
This started with a gift from Landmark. It is a very sophisticated seismic, 3D seismic software tool that has a market and a price and then an educational discounted market. Landmark gives that a license to that, and our students use it, and they have been for years. It's always updated, the new license, and it has a quite clear value. In our previous capital campaign, for example, we counted that as a gift. It is a valuable gift, and is very important for really more our students to use, and it's millions of dollars. case that sort of sets the standards for, comparing universities across the country and philanthropy and give advice. It's a national sort of professional group. My understanding is about a year and a half ago, started indicating software gifts were problematic on reporting as gifts. Our people came and told me about that. I said, well, that can't be right. There's a clear price. It's a real value. I actually went up and looked up the rule. It was a rule in case it had to do with joint ventures. And what a company brought to a joint venture didn't count the software as an example. I said, this doesn't sound right. But Case was taking that position. We talked to our lawyers. They said, well, it may be iffy. It's unclear because of the...
When you say your lawyers, you mean campus lawyers?
Campus lawyers. So they said, well, let's get see what our firm thought. They agreed with our interpretation of the rule, but Case, my understanding, was still taking this position. So we went up. I didn't go personally, but my advice was go up to Case and let's talk to them out of that. They're not interpreting the law.
Before you did that, you said you went to outside lawyers,
and they agreed with
that this is doing it correctly.
Yeah. Or the sort of legal argument, the legal-like argument on how you would interpret their rule, that we were making the right interpretation. At any rate, a group went up to Case to try to present our side of it.
Were you part of the group?
I was not part of the group, but they reported back to me. My understanding is Regent Hall went with them. And here, we weren't saying we're not going to follow your rule. We were going to say we think our interpretation of your rule is the better one.
He traveled with the group?
I don't know if he traveled with them. He went to the meeting with them. And my understanding is strongly arguing against the position we were arguing for. We came back, and my understanding was that Case said, we have reports that people fill out from all over the country. We want those to absolutely be apples to apples. But we think this is appropriate if you want to advertise it as part of your capital campaign. It is a valuable gift. To tell the donor this isn't part of the capital campaign is a problem. I've met with the landmark people. They're not happy about it. So we came back with that. Okay, on your report, there are a lot of reports we put into different agencies. We count FTEs one way on one of them and FTEs another way on another one. So, okay, we won't count on the report, but that one we still thought was part of our $3 billion goal. Frankly, setting our $3 billion goal, we had gifts like this in mind. At any rate, through an audit and the system looked at it, there was then a provision that even in the capital campaign, don't count these gifts, and we don't count it. We actually do have to count it on our campus balance sheet. It is an intangible asset. It is on our campus balance sheet. If somebody asked us how we got it, we'd have to drop a footnote and say it was a gift. So it's a tricky situation from us. It ended up being over $200 million on our capital campaign. Case had sent us an email saying, we didn't tell you you couldn't count this in your capital campaign. So there's been a lot to it from that. That's the best I know of.
So reasonable to say, though, based on what you told me, it sounds like it's reasonable to say that well-intentioned and reasonable people could disagree on how that rule should have been interpreted, and that the University of Texas at Austin had a position. That position was supported by presumably reasonable outside lawyers retained by the university and paid by the university. And Regent Hall, as lawyers are clear on what happened, Regent Hall took it upon himself to say, despite the fact that the campus feels this way and their outside attorneys that we pay feel this way, I feel differently and I feel strongly enough about it to go and advocate on the other side of the university and their council. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Is it also accurate that he felt so strongly about the fact that the University of Texas at Austin and their council didn't agree with him, that he wanted the law firm fired?
He didn't tell me that directly. I did hear from our lawyer that that was his position. But I can't verify that.
Okay. Well, can you think of any other situations? Because it seems to me, and what I'm kind of struggling with here, is that I see in some of the things that we've been told over the course of this investigation, what appears to be something of a pattern of an individual who has very strong opinions about how things should be done, which is fine, which is great. But I think it's the tactics that get employed when this person doesn't feel like he's winning. When he doesn't feel like he's getting his way, it seems that then the approach is one that is, for lack of a better word, destructive. He didn't get his way in terms of, prevailing upon the outside attorneys to drop their argument in this case, so he wants them fired. If he doesn't get a piece of information that he wants in a certain time frame, or something else that he doesn't want, he wants to look at someone's personnel record, or he wants to. It seems like there's this pattern. Can you think of any situations that are not coming to mind right now that would suggest that there's somewhat of an indifference on the part of Regent Hall to the impact of his actions on UT Austin specifically, that he's more interested in being right or in having his way than he is on how much time is involved or the morale of the institution or anything like that? Because that's the way it appears to me, but I want to know if that's your perspective, if you have any examples of that.
Well, it's hard for me to speculate on motivation. I will say, as I started with Representative Larson, there's been a very negative impact of all this, and we need to move beyond it. And I thank the Chancellor for saying that we need to move beyond it. It's had a very high impact.
Have you gotten any indication from anything you've read or heard or seen, any conversations you have, that Regent Hall is willing to change his approach? Do you feel like that? Have you read or heard anything that gives you any idea that he's going to change the way he goes about resolving issues and the way he goes about getting information, the way he goes about trying to bring about the change that he claims he wants to see in the University of Texas Austin? That's my big concern. I feel like it's the approach and the tactics that are used. I don't even question maybe the end goal. It sounds like some of these end goals are very admirable, but it seems like the methods that are employed are often very you could call it scorched earth approach almost to getting some of the things he wants. Have you heard anything or read anything or had any conversation that would suggest that he's prepared to change that behavior?
No, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
He's trying to change with this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President spend or to incur as an expense on behalf of a Regent's open records request?
Well, the million would probably be more than just handling the open records request, but be handling the tension and the controversy that's come around it. But I want to be cautious about putting a number on it.
And I understand it's an estimate.
We're not talking $25,000 or $30,000, but we're not talking $10 million. Now, I know that's a big range.
Well, I think any amount of the money that it's costing the university, it's taxpayer dollars, so I think everybody should have an interest in what it actually costs. But I'm also curious, in your position at AAU now, you mentioned earlier that there's been a national and international detriment to the reputation of the university based on some of these events. Has any of that been discussed with you through AAU events, or have you been consulted, or has any of this, you think, damaged the reputation of the university, from your experience at that level?
Well, it's certainly discussed at AAU a lot, as was the sort of red and the black at A&M report. So this whole thing, what happened at Wisconsin, what happened at Virginia, what happened at North Carolina, this topic gets a lot of discussion at AAU. In recruiting faculty or recruiting people into senior positions, the instability is a real headwind. And we've lost people over it. A lot of people, there are a lot of factors that go in, you can't isolate them. It's a real headwind. On reputation among other academics, in some ways, we'll know 5 years from now. I think there's some things happening in the state, including what's happening in legislative concern and alumni concern and student concern and faculty concern enhances the reputation that Texas is a place where they take academic research universities seriously. A lot of the other versions of the controversy are negative, so it's a cross cut, and I think I would agree that if we can turn the corner, I think the story about academics at Texas will turn out well, and the reputation will turn out well. But it certainly put it at risk.
Thank you.
But the recruiting is real now because of the instability.
Well, and just as a follow-up on the student side, how's that concern been expressed from the current student body?
On the privacy?
Yeah, well, on privacy and just, more than that, actually, but
Well, on all of it, they passed resolution after resolution.
so they
The leadership, they're here today.
No confidence vote, I read, is that accurate?
Well, they've given me a lot of confidence.
Not on your office. Yeah, let's be clear, was there a no confidence vote on Regent Hall?
I'm not trying to duck this. I really don't know. I try not to read every little. So I don't know if it was brought up or if they voted on it or not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Martinez, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, Mr. President, what Representative Price was referring to is my understanding that on November 20th, 2013, the Student Government Senate College of Councils approved JR2, which is a vote of no confidence in Regent Hall. I didn't know if you were aware of that.
I was somewhat aware. I didn't know whether it passed. I didn't know whether it was so. That's helpful.
And I guess the reason why it was important to me is I know that Regent Hall in many of his public pronouncements has indicated that everything he has done as a regent is done for the students. He's done on behalf of the students. He's done as being the defender of students, and so I found that to be, a little bit of a contrast. But I think that was what Representative Price was getting at. I want to talk to you about case a little bit, and I know that there's a tendency to get into the weeds about Ks, and it's not my hope to do that. But before we talk about Ks, I want to talk about Texas state law as it pertains to regents, and what are the do's and don'ts, and want to make sure that we have the right contextual background here. It's my understanding of the Education Code, section 51.352, tells me that the responsibility of governing boards is, number one, there's an expectation to preserve institutional independence and to defend its right to manage its own affairs through its chosen administrators and employees. Are you the chosen administrator at the University of Texas at Austin?
I believe I am, yes.
And then it also says the responsibility of governing boards that they shall enhance the public image of each institution under its governance. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And it also says, it has a couple of other things, but then at subsection 4, it says that they shall nurture each institution under its governance to the end that each institution achieves its full potential within its role and mission. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And so I look at these as sort of the do's and don'ts. What does it mean to be a model regent, not by best practice, but by Texas law? And it seems to me that this is a law that has been on the books for quite some time, since 1987, and it's been amended here lately, and perhaps should undergo another round of revisions coming in 2015. But in the case situation, it was my understanding that Regent Hall participated, and it's also my understanding that Harry Reasoner and other people with Vincent Elkins had gone to advocate what I thought was the university's position on the capital campaign. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so this specific advocacy or this specific meeting was to, how are we going to look at the reporting of intellectual property grants? And it's my understanding that the rationale given oftentimes by system or by Regent Hall was that there wasn't going to be two sets of books. Is that what you're familiar with?
I'm familiar with that as a reason after Case had decided. But yes, I've heard that.
Now, as it stands right now, the financial statements and audits that you submit to the state of Texas, which is us, does it count the intellectual property grant?
Yes, we carry the landmark grant as an intangible asset.
Right. So insofar as your reporting obligations to count assets and what the state requires you to do, you have to count that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so now,
And we do.
So now under these guidelines that have been issued, my colleague's lost. So now with regard to with regard to these new campaign guidelines that have been issued, I mean, are there now in effect two different sets of books?
Well, in a way, yes. We are carrying an asset on our financial statement for the state, and we are presenting our gift history, not in an audited report, but in our campaign literature. This asset is counted on our balance sheet, and it is not counted in our capital campaign.
Now, in the course of this investigation, I've become quite familiar with notices and postings by the University of Texas system whenever they meet. And what I'm curious to know is, on or about this November 2012 timeframe, maybe a few months before, was there any official board action taken? Were the regents, by way of vote or directed the chancellor to come up with guidelines?
Is it before the case?
I guess I'm trying to figure out what was the impetus, what sort of, was the spark that required that prompted the chancellor's office to start reviewing case, or Regent Hall for that matter? Was there, in other words, was this a board action item? Was this policy set by the UT system regents and carried out by the chancellor? Do you know?
I do not recall board action.
And the reason why I ask that is in Harry Reasoner's interview that he submitted to our committee council, he had indicated that he wasn't aware, even to the day of the meeting, he wasn't aware of any UT system official position where they were opposed to UT wanting to count this intellectual property?
That's my understanding, and we actually work pretty closely with Rhonda Safety at the system, and I had conversations with her. We were not told in any way before going up and presenting our position to case that somehow our position was antithetical to the system's or board's position.
And 2 points on that. I mean, if there was a policy position taken by the Regents, it's memorialized somewhere. It's in minutes. There's some sort of directive. There's no other way for policy to be carried out unless everybody's put on notice that there's been a policy decision made.
That'd be correct.
Okay. And secondly, I mean, with regard to Ms. Safety, it's my understanding that there was a time when Ms. Safety counted these very same gifts when it came to, accumulating or accounting for the capital campaign. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So we are here now, just to make it very, very clear, we are at the day of the meeting. The day of the meeting, Washington, D.C., a rescheduled meeting because of Hurricane Sandy. Vincent Elkins representing the position of University of Texas at Austin. You being the chosen administrator of the University of Texas at Austin. According to the state law, everybody's rules are to promote the institution. No public policy decisions to the contrary. And so you, Mr. Reasoner, or anybody else for that matter, had no reason to believe that anything contrary to that mission pursuit was going to occur.
That was my, remember I wasn't there, but that was my understanding.
And I know you weren't there, but I also know that something as important as this, I mean, I imagine that you've dedicated some time to get familiar with it. I'm sure you've prepared for today's hearing, and certainly, case has been something that we've been paying a lot of attention to for several months.
I spent a lot of time before that meeting getting our position ready for that Washington meeting. I'm just saying I didn't actually make the trip.
And so, I thank you, I understand. And so I sort of understood that too, but what I did not know is I did not know that Francine Frederick participated by telephone, Rhonda Safety participated by telephone. Were you aware?
I was not.
Are you aware that in the meeting, as it was happening and taking place, Regent Hall was communicating via email to Francine Frederick and Rhonda Safety?
I was not,
So,
until now.
so you've not been briefed on that, you don't know. And it's sort of, I picked up what Representative Johnson was picking up. It seems that if this particular regent, who becomes quite passionate in his views, is willing to, do whatever it takes to make sure that his viewpoints are being heard and reflected. Does it surprise you to know that in the email correspondence and exchange that was happening real time, that a regent who charged under state law is supposed to be promoting and defending you is sending emails to Francine Frederick about how Vincent and Elkins can get fired, how they should get fired for representing you? Did you know that?
I didn't know the emails were going on. I did know, because it was reported back to me, that he had said, I thought it was to Patty Ollendorf, that Vincent Elkins would be fired.
That to me, I'm looking at this for the first time. I've known about this for 15 minutes, and so it's a little bit of a surprise to me to know that if the duty of the regent is to defend the region, obviously to make policy. And so we have no policy pronouncements here. There's no policy being made whatsoever that you've been made aware of, or anyone's been made aware of for that matter. So put that to the side. We have state law that says, in the absence of that, these are the rules that dictate what the best practice is. And instead of that happening, the memorandum that I'm reading, based on the interview between Mr. Reasoner and Rusty Harding Associates, it seems to me that they were, Mr. Reasoner and Regent Hall, speaking over each other, raising their voice, embarrassing the image of the university. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding of what happened, yes.
And is that what you intended? Is that what you wanted to happen? Is that the reason why you sent Harry Reasoner to Washington, D.C. to have a fight with a regent?
No, it was not.
And if you're charged with the ability to manage your own affairs, and if the job of a regent is to enhance the public image of the institution that is governing, I mean, do you feel that those objectives were accomplished in the case meeting?
In the case meeting, no.
Do you feel that that sort of environment is an environment that fosters UT Austin and its chosen administrators to be nurtured by the governing board that's supposed to look out for their best interests? Is that tough love? Is that...
If I can make it is not my position that the board ought not give us direction and rubber stamp everything we do. In this case, I was surprised, at least at the point where we were making the argument that this was our position, we would have thought we would get support.
And so I'm certainly not trying to, put any gas on the fire. I'm just trying to measure this. I mean, I've measured these actions insofar as the facts associated with the UT Law School Foundation and the review and the re-review and the re-review for the re-review. Now I'm looking at the context of the capital campaign. It was the pattern and practice of the university to count intellectual property grants and gifts for the capital campaign. That was the standard. That's the leadership that you inherited. That was the practice. You continued the practice. There was no board policy set by anybody, or if there was no memorialization of that policy, no directive to you and your executive team to follow a policy as adopted by a region meeting on X date at X time, pursuant to item, whatever. But yet you have a region who disputes the university's independent judgment and vision. And then after deliberation, regardless of how embarrassing it may have been and how confrontational it may have been, you have an indication from Case saying that you can use it.
I think we have an email to that effect. Right. That is, they didn't want it reported on this particular reporting form so there'd be apples to apples, but it was, in their view, to, as you might say, brag to the alumni or say we've raised this amount of money. They thought that use of it in press releases and things was perfectly appropriate.
Right, and so
in other words, we were not violating any of their rules.
Right, so Mr. Lippincott, who's the president of CASE, insofar says we give guidance on these reports, we went apples to apples because that's how we determine national standards, but outside of that, we don't see a problem.
That's my understanding, yes.
So the university's position is one, it's not agreed to by Regent Hall. CASE then sort of corroborates and in their own way supports that view, not enough for Regent Hall, still opposed. In fact, it's my understanding as I read the memo here that even after the meeting, Regent Hall followed CASE officials to have a private meeting with them. I don't know what was said or divulged. If I could characterize from the context of these emails that were happening in real time, I imagine he wasn't in a good mood. And so then I think, okay, well that's seems to be pretty over and done with. As ugly as it is, it seems to be that UT is operating on solid ground. But yet I see that it then for what I would characterize as a re-review of the re-review, round 3, I now see that Regent Hall is given the opportunity to make edits and red lines to Chancellor policy. And what I'm trying to, so that's what I'm going to ask you from the time of the CASE meeting on November 19th of 2012, I think it is. From the November 19th meeting to the time of the revisions to Chancellor Figueroa's new policy on capital campaigns, are you aware of any official acts taken by the regents to set policy on capital campaigns?
I think the first thing that happened was there was an audit of our capital campaign. Then, and I hope I have this right, this is just from recollection. There was an audit of our capital campaign. A portion of it was, or going back all the way to the capital campaign, was removed, and then the new system policy came out. But I don't remember any discussion at the board level of any of that.
I guess I'm, because here again, I mean, we've had some former regents today talk about the difference between setting policy and giving staff dictates. And so setting policy, I understand that we make policy. And agencies, execute the policy, and of course, that policy. And so a former regent this morning said that it would be inappropriate, impermissible, not a good practice for regents to make dictates to staff. But yet in this instance, UT system staff is asking for approval and incorporating edits made by an individual regent who has a very profound view on counting intellectual property gifts for a capital campaign. And so I'm trying to find the board action item that empowered Regent Hall to speak for the board. Yeah. And not just speak for the board, but have the authority to incorporate the policy for the chancellor.
I'm not aware of any such action by the board.
And I think, you've been following pretty closely, I would imagine. I imagine every campus president follows the deliberations and proceedings of UT system when they meet, and they send out their notices. I know we're kind enough to receive courtesy copies any time the regents are going to meet by telephone or in person. But this happens, these emails I'm looking at seem to be within 6 days of the case meeting in Washington. And so within 6 days of the case meeting in Washington, there's a dictate by one regent to the general counsel for the UT System Board of Regents to fire B&E, and has gone so far as to name specific clauses within contracts to say this is where you terminate. And then there's a second round of dictate within 6 days, incorporating red lines and changes and suggestions made by one regent. And while I can accept the response that this is just one regent who's perhaps being a little too controlling, I noticed that embedded in these emails was an email from Chairman Powell, who was saying to Wallace Hall, "Thank you for representing us." And I don't know if that means Chairman Powell and Wallace Hall as being us, or is that the system? So again, I ask you, are you aware or familiar with any organized action taken on behalf of the system to make some sweeping changes and were those official actions ever communicated to you as being official actions of policy established by the UT system to be carried out, transcribed, and presented by Chancellor Figueroa and his team?
Well, no, until we got the new, what you called red line, and then that finally got done. That was communicated, and by the system, and we followed.
So you got the policy.
The new policy.
I saw that memo, and are you currently following that policy now?
Yes.
So we have new policy that is contrary to the pattern and practice of the UT system and is contrary to capital campaign gifts that have been made in years past. So we're talking about this is not just a minor change. This is not a tweak. This is
It's a $240 million adjustment to our capital campaign.
So there's a 240 consequential policy change. You can't produce to me or articulate to me official board action, but all of the evidentiary trail that this committee has seems to suggest that one person, in cooperation with Chairman Powell, that they can facilitate these types of sweeping changes without official regent approval or consensus or straw poll or anything else.
I'm not aware of all the facts as you've described them, but the way you describe it, that's correct.
Okay. Let's be commonsensical about this. I mean, if the regent set policy,
right,
you know about it, don't you?
Yes, I agree. I don't think I go to every minute of every regent's meeting. I certainly don't go to the all of the executive sessions, but a moment ago you said, yes, I pay attention to what happens at the Regents meetings, and I don't remember any regental action along these lines.
Okay, and, well, that is a surprise to me, Mr. Chairman. And I think maybe it deserves a rebuttal from Chancellor Figueroa at the appropriate time. We could wait there, but I have a couple of questions regarding the University of Virginia for President Powers. Let me just start.
Before we get started, well, we need to take a short, sure? Okay, that was my only concern.
I think we're being mindful of that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so with regard, are you familiar with the leadership challenges that took place at the University of Virginia?
Yes, I am.
And in that, just if I can recall, I believe I read one article a long time ago when it happened, but essentially their equivalent of the Board of Regents terminated the president, and then ultimately the president was reinstated after significant input by Virginians.
Yes.
Okay. And as a consequence of that, I was told, and I read, that the Southern Association of Colleges and School Commission on Colleges placed the University of Virginia on a warning status back in December of 2012.
Yes, that's my understanding as well.
And their reasoning for, I guess, well, can you tell me who the Southern Association is and why people would want to pay attention to that?
Department of Education funds universities only if they've been accredited by a regional accreditation agency. And it's the Southern Association of Schools and Colleges, I think, SACs or colleges and schools. They are our accrediting agency as well. And so if you're not accredited, certainly Virginia is going to be accredited, they can be put on probation, or there can be a particular thing that will put you on watch, and we want to get answers to that in a year. So that's what happens with them.
So we're under the same accreditation?
Yes.
From this entity, regional entity, I suppose, if it's Southern?
Yes.
And so in their rationale, I don't know if you know this, but in their rationale, they, it's a very long acronym, so let's just refer to them as the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. They have said that the university was not complying with three principles. And one of them was their core requirement 2.2 on governing boards. And as I understand it, the principle of accreditation, 2.2 talks about the board not being controlled by a minority of board members. I'm assuming that's not an ethnic minority, but I'm sure that's a mathematical minority.
Yes, I'm sure it is. I'm sure you're interpreting that
We
correctly.
may have to get out of that
Yeah.
association. So this sort of says that you have, if there's a tendency to micromanage, or if the minority is able to control the board, that is a violation of the principle of accreditation as established by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools.
Yes. And I think what that rule goes to is it recognizes that public universities do have boards, they have legislative oversight committees, they get funded. There is a certain amount of public input into what they do. But to protect on that part of the input on the campuses ought to be done in public. And if you're doing it with a minority, numerical minority of the board, you're not doing it in the way that board governance works. I think that's what their concern is.
So other than these emails now being made public by way of this committee hearing, was there any public pronouncement by this board minority to recalculate a $240 million intellectual property gift to the University of Texas at Austin that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Members, do you have any other questions? Clerk? If there are no further questions, one thing that I would like to suggest to you that, first of all, we want to commend you for your diligence in increasing communication between yourselves and this committee committee does intend to continue its oversight role of the University of Texas system and the University of Texas throughout this completed investigation. We'll be sending a letter to you and Chairman Figueroa, as I had mentioned him earlier. It'll outline a few things that we would like to just monitor in our process, and so you'll be expecting that. At this time, I would again like to just thank the University of Texas system, all the individuals who have come forward to testify for their efforts to improve communication. We'd like to present this letter as we just talked about, and we'll be in further contact with you on that. And I'd also like to recognize Co-Chairman Alvarado for a motion.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Flynn. I move to direct the committee council to prepare a report that will include a summary of the investigation's findings and that will lay out options for future action by the committee. We will make our final determinations on additional testimonies and other further actions by the committee after members have had a chance to review council's final report.
I'm not sure that it is a motion that's necessary. I think it's a matter of a statement that's
Sure.
and,
Fine.
Mr. Harden, we will, Co-Chairman Alvarado and I will be in contact with you and with the legislative council on the contract so that we can be sure that the report that we will want to have the appropriate time to be able to do it, and also that report would be available to members so that they could give you some additional suggestions or maybe tweak it some way. And I'm sorry. You're dismissed, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. But anyway, we'll be in touch with you. Carol and I will work with you on that. Get the battle council.
I want to thank the committee and the staff and legislative council, parliamentarians, done a great group of work. They're not through, obviously, and anyway, so more diligent work still to be done. I appreciate the opportunity.
Well, and I think all the members of this committee would be very appreciative of your staff, courtesies, professionalism that's been extended to all of us. And I want to thank the members of this committee for being here. You know, I've been on a lot of committees since I've been down here. I've never had a problem with getting more here. Carol and I are very privileged. Yeah.
It's a good lunch you've been providing.
Well, I know that you bring your own.
Well, bring my wheats. I did have a question for Mr. Harden. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trustee, I know that President Larson reminded me that it's the last meeting of the week. This committee had given you an instruction and a motion to investigate potential violations of state law and to make the appropriate recommendation of referral if necessary. I just want you to update us on that.
Well, we've reached a preliminary conclusion, but the document production has been so massive recently that we haven't been able to complete through the week before we reach any final recommendation or conclusion of recommendation. We would like to be able to do that along with preparing a report. And because it's only a preliminary conclusion, I wanted you to know I'm not going to tell you what the preliminary conclusion is. We'll be glad to report that first to the committee once we reach a final decision.
With no further business to be discussed, the chair hears none, and the Committee on Transparency, State Agencies Operation is now adjourned.